Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. Welcome, one and all. We are here with our awesome, fantastic group, and everybody's here. Everybody take a look at the camera, wave, and say hi.
Howdy.
Hello.
Monday.
Hello. It is a Monday, my dudes, and it is, I think, Nav, is it a Monday?
It's a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday in some places in the world that exist. Welcome to the Isles. For those that are unfamiliar, this is a live play stream designed around 4 parties, existing, living, thriving, dying, hopefully not, but all in the same homebrew world at the same time. So we have constant crossovers, some guest stars. What these characters can do here could affect other players and other sort of things that are happening in another sort of part of the world. So if this is your first time here, welcome. Get ready. Before we get into tonight, we're going to do a couple of announcements. First and foremost, jumping in, we have our Shadows of the North Shore homebrew game, which is our version of our Candela Obscura game. If you are unfamiliar with what Candela Obscura is, it is a cosmic horror game designed by those at Darrington Press, the friends from Critical Role. Well, the people from Critical Role. I assume we'd be friends if we ever met, but that's not. I don't want to. It's not like a name drop sort of thing. I was just saying that's who they are. No. Not a sponsor. I don't know them. On with the show. Not affiliated. However, we are trying to start up a campaign from a game that they designed, which is Candela Obscura. So if you're interested in playing the cosmic horror style game with some very high stakes sort of setup, but extremely creative, low rule style gameplay, very simple dice system. We've made our own version that we play tested this past September with one of our friends here, Evan, right over there, who jumped in on that. If you want to check that out, that is under Shadows of the North Shore. But we are trying to get a campaign going, and we need you. So far, we did pick up someone from our. Most likely we have someone that is from our Saturday one shot with our Minstrel Murder Mystery. So we're hoping to get at least one more, but 2 or 3 or 4 would be great. So please take a look at that. For those who are watching on YouTube, you can check that out at the video description that is under this video. But for everybody else, including YouTube, Instagram, not happening tonight, gang. I don't know what happened, but oh well. But for those in YouTube and Twitch, I also just put it into the chat so you can check out that game in particular. Lastly, we have our upcoming one-shots. We are doing one more month of one-shots, kind of going through some of the old favorites. We added a couple this month, and I actually forgot to tell you guys this, but we added, next month is already sort of set up. We are taking the weekend off this week, as I will be out of town. But the following Saturday and Sunday, we have games that are, I believe we're doing the Golden Lion Heist, which is a thief. So you got to go into a casino and steal something, like a good old fashioned Ocean's 13 style D&D game. Super fun, very zany, very fun. And then also we had the Silver Brine, which has been a favorite coming back. And we also so that's a kind of aquatic on a ship sort of style adventure. We also brought back Rite of Chakur, which is a level 12 pit fight, kind of gladiatorial sort of games sort of design, but in the wild lands of North Imea. So super fun. I'm sure I'm forgetting one, but please feel free to check those out. Those are all going to be Saturdays and Sundays. Every Saturday and Sunday this month besides this week. So check that out. That is, and for those who are just kind of watching and don't want to pay attention to the private chat or whatever, it is at startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Lastly, if you're wanting to support what we do, the best way to do so would be to like and subscribe and do all that fun stuff. It does actually make a big difference. So we are over the 200 mark. By this time next year, it'd be awesome to be like over the 500 mark. So please feel free to check that out. Also, we have social media stuff for we have our link tree that I'll post in the thing here for our Instagram and TikTok, as well as the link to the YouTube or Twitch, so whatever opposite of what you're watching. So please check that out as well. And I believe that is it. So to jump into tonight, we need to know the craziness of where we left off. So Dan, please take it away.
Sure. So I'll just tell you to go watch last week's episode. That was the best way to do it. I can do that, right? Can I just do that?
Yeah, you can just, yeah, that's fine.
I'll just wait. Okay, they did it. Now we're back. Okay. No, yeah. So we picked up last week in the outskirts of Ogra's village after kind of a communion with Hilt, one of the fallen goblins, to find Kaelinor outside, kind of in a stupor, having talked to her boss of some sorts, commanding officer. Person that everybody hates immediately, and find that Zed was, as per usual, missing, and Kaelinor had no idea where he went. So we went on a little bit of a Scooby-Doo to chase to find Zed. We found what appeared to be a flute at one point. We traveled through woods and eventually we were able to kind of make our way over to him through some good rolls as well as healing at the same time. Zed yelling after Beaker, right?
Beaver.
There, that makes much more sense. Beaver. Zed, the most goblinest of goblins there could be in the world, Zed thought would be a good backpack. And Beaver did not think so much, kicked him in the balls and ran away. Eventually we did come to Carr was able to find Zed as he was doing his sessionally going unconscious before a battle moment. So that is how we came upon that. We had a fight, a pretty big fight. We were all pretty tapped, scattered in a swamps. There were plants eating us and grabbing us, and it was kind of a bit of madness. Oprah and Zed, Oprah went down to rescue Zed. They kind of played a little bit kept bouncing back.
Dan, I think we're losing you. You can bring that.
What up now? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, try to bring it maybe a little closer to you. It seems like it's trying to fight you.
I don't know what happened. Okay. I will project my voice further. So Ogre went down to Zed. They were kind of bouncing back up and forth. We were able to take care of one of the assassin vines. But ultimately, the party kind of was spreading around, trying to get through this swamp area. And what that resulted in was Kaelinor ended up being isolated and in a pretty crappy situation. So we heard our first death music of the campaign, which was way too early and not at all okay to ever hear that again. Please, that would be great. Kaelinor went through the process of, is this it? Is this really what life is all about? Like, we're all doing this. I'm going to die for this. And so knowing that Kaelinor had a death save, that if they failed, they would have died. Miraculously, they did not fail. That was huge. And we were able to, Yoon was able to help get Kaelinor out. And then Riaris, very fortunately rolled a natural 20 on a medicine check to be able to rip Kaelinor out of that situation, heal them up. And we decided to say, we need to leave. We need to get out of here. And as we were doing so, Zed made a nice Death Star shot with his blow dart into the final vine that went down, blew it up, and we skedaddled out of this hellscape of swamp that is home to Ogra. And let's not talk about that further. We made it back to the camp where Yaris confronted Zed to be like, dude, you got to stop doing this. And Zed was like, yeah, I don't care. What do you got in your backpack? And which ended up not being a flute at all. It was actually a blowgun that now creates more copies of Zed, which is only going to be good things coming from that. I have no doubt. DM, really, what a gift! What a gift! So we did that. We found out that Carr had been listening to Riaris' entire conversation with Talia, the spirit, the entire time. So that was interesting. So that's a wrinkle. And Kaelinor discovered that whatever connection she had with said person whose name's Aurelia.
Aurelia.
But Aurelia seemed to have been severed when they went down, and they were kind of brought back by Riaris and Talia and healed by the way of, where the fuck are you? basically, something Caitlin had never gone before. She's always been one step behind. So that was a change, and we ended with Caitlin pulling out this scroll that we have all seen before by the people that in that very first session, the Merlin folk, and she shredded it up, and that is where we pick up.
Amazing. Awesome. Dan, I'm going to mute you now because it looks like there's some sort of weird thing where it just stopped, I think, trying to take out our response. I was hearing myself. But take some time figuring that out as we jump in to our campfire session. That's what I'm calling it. The campfire session. We cut to a later time in the now evening. We can hear the sounds of distant bugs, grasshoppers, and like I'm still hearing her. I'm gonna mute you. I would like you all to tell me one by one what you do in preparations for this campfire. This would have been probably about maybe a couple hours. One question that we do have is, would you all go back to go and get Sylvia? You certainly don't have to. Sylvia would be totally fine on her own. Also, it could be a treacherous journey going back and trying to make your way back there to do so. So think about that as a possible option.
If you would like Sylvia, I will go get her. I'm assuming I could fly over most of the problems that we saw already if I retraced where we were, because it didn't seem aerial. I wouldn't go over something new. So if you want Sylvia, let me know.
I assume that's not directed at me because this is fully your guys'.
No, I'm sorry, that was out of character, just the party. Like,
sure, absolutely, yeah.
That's why I wasn't using Car's voice. Sorry.
No worries. So that's a possible option, but we'll say one by one. We'll just kind of go through, and I'm gonna have us go through an order on this. This is not. This can be very timey-wimey. You can take this moment to have a private conversation if you would like, but we'll also have time for that a little bit after as well. So let's start with Yoon.
So, I suppose I imagine after the last events that kind of happened, as far as Kaelinor shredding up the scroll, that maybe everyone kind of went their own way for a little while, kind of different areas of the camp, and then from there. Yeah. Also having not been here last week, but I think maybe Yoon just kind of sits, and I think he's a little shook. So I would say before any of this happens that mostly what Yoon is doing is he's taking a coin and he just flips it and looks at the result. And he picks it up and he flips it and looks at the result. And he sits there and he just does that over and over again, sort of trying to read the how improbable or probable this moment is, or just kind of think about what happened during the battle where he nearly lost these people that he just found, and maybe even a little bit also try to practice a sort of like will to like make it certain. He wants to make it heads or tails, and seeing if he can do that. But at the same time, just I think it's a little bit of a absent-minded just decompression as he does that over and over again.
Sure. As you do so, give me, and I know we've played with this concept before, but I think in this moment you don't have advantage on this. Give me a luck roll.
17.
I think with a 17, as you are, I think there's moments where we see like Yoon sitting on the remains of what's probably like half of a barrel that's been sitting here, basically establishing that the fire is going to be made pretty much in front of him. But as everybody moves past him, there's moments where I think we see blurs of the figures as everybody is kind of setting things up and moving about their way, just coming in and out, as if a part of this scene is going 3-4 times the speed, but Yoon is just tails. Tails. Heads. Heads. Giving you, I think, Yoon, a sense of you're not in a place where fate and luck has been altered, besides the power that you have to possibly affect that. Awesome. And we'll say at the end of your time there, we'll see, the sticks being put up, the fire being lit. We see someone kind of running around, and then we kind of slow back down to Yoon, just one more time. Okay, one more time. And now we see the flames and the fire just kind of reflecting in his face. What is Riaris doing?
I think as we get to the point where we're making camp, Riaris is very tired, but will first work on a perimeter. Doesn't know what's good or bad in the woods. So we'll stay away far enough from it, but try to understand at least the surroundings. Keep an eye on, how much distance he may have. And after a quick walk to figure this out, he'll go to the fire to set it up, get it ready, get some food going, and try to... I think he would mentally look around towards everybody, making sure everybody's here, namely looking for Zed, as well as seeing how everybody's reacting. I think he has a lot of thoughts. Some of them are internal, and he's not sure. He certainly wants to talk to Kay. He certainly wants to talk to Ogra. He certainly wants to talk to Carr. He wants to talk to everybody, but he's kind of letting everybody settle in first, and make sure that we're good, and kind of keeping an eye on, just because he has no trust that anything is going to go well in this situation, and he feels very uncomfortable about that. He can't really control that, so he's trying to just keep his head on a swivel, and do that part, and help make camp.
Okay. When you go to set a perimeter, do you take anyone with you?
I think I would look for Carr to see if he was available, or interested in walking around.
Carr?
You probably find me looking for the nearest perch I could find for the camp, so where I could sleep. But Yeah, if you approach Carr, he's like,
Yes?
Do you want to? You're probably pretty safe up there, but do you mind just walking with me for a moment, just to walk around here? I'm just trying to see our surroundings here.
he kind of like motions to the swamp and says, "Safe? I don't know, but yes." So he'll hop down and walk alongside.
Safe may have been
Riara.
the wrong word. Yeah. I'm still kind of getting understanding. You're able to see Talia, like
Oh.
here.
And I look at
us?
Talia. And I say,
Talia is trying to make eye contact with you this whole time, and once you do, there's a moment of like,
there's a moment of, oh god.
because I think, like, Riaris, you don't even see Talia.
No.
No.
So there's a moment of like, if you could imagine someone being alone, at least being unseen for what could be a span of 500 years or so, and being seen in this moment. And I think you see at this point, everything about Talia seems to be, even from the space of what you can see, you see just mostly ephemeral, or ethereal, excuse me, shape of, you don't see really much of a body. You actually see what like could be like, I think like her like shoulder, you can see there's some sort of like one shoulder harness thing. And you can see something's been tied up here on that side, but you just see kind of like somewhat like floating hair and a very stern, like kind of strong-jawed woman.
Well, when he
But-
says you can see Talia, I look at Talia and our eyes meet. I'm like,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Carr.
which should answer Riaris' question. That I can see Talia.
Have you seen her the whole time? Like,
I noticed her soon after we met, yes, but I was confused because spirits don't. I have not come across spirits that follow people, that follow the living. She seems very kind, though.
she is.
She does not respond to you, Car.
Now I'm talking to Riaris, so I'm just saying, like she's there and she knows that. I mean, I know they can hear each other. She can hear me. Now she knows I can hear her. So if she wants to
Yeah.
respond,
I say, Car, roll me an insight check.
okay. Let me see. One of my low ones. 5.
Cool. It's hard to tell. You get the feeling that if she's been seen, and I think Riaris, you get, actually, I don't even think Car gets this. I think Riaris, you get the feeling that you get a feeling of almost like retreat, withdrawal. Your earring kind of goes cold. This being has been nothing but unseen for years and years and years, and now just wants nothing more than to be able to go back to that. At least right now.
I will maybe walk for a little bit further, just kind of looking around, and say to Carr, you seem to know a lot about spirits. I know a little bit, but my culture is very in tune and ingrained with spirits. This is a little bit different than normal, and down here it feels stronger, and I don't quite understand that. Are you from here? Like, you seem to know the area pretty well, and you walk with spirit?
Here, this tribe, no, I've never been here before.
These islands? These islands? Yeah.
Yes, the islands, yes. I was born, hatched here. I'm trying to get used to picking the right one when speaking to the ground people. I was born here. Yes. And not all of us can see. Only the Ashling. So, your friend shouldn't be concerned if we run across another of the Arakakra that isn't an Ashling.
It's good to know. I won't be concerned as well. I mean, I don't think we said anything too crazy, but you hearing our conversations is a little weird for sure. I know I probably said better out loud anyway.
On one hand, maybe, but I hear when you and Zed talk, and I hear when Ogre and Yoon talk. If I'm close enough, I wasn't eavesdropping per se. I was confused why she wasn't introducing herself to me, but then I realized that you weren't from here, so maybe she didn't know that I could see her. So that's why I made it obvious. Without telling the others, because you didn't tell them about her either. So I don't know, but you seem like a nice person too. So
I try. We'll see. I only talked to her in the past couple of days, to be honest with you. There's nothing more than feeling before that. So it's not necessarily in my nature to discuss much about myself, but something about you makes me feel comfortable. You can see her, and her and I have a different bond, right? So
fluff up a little bit. That made me feel happy. Thank you.
Do you... I mean, meeting Chase was...
Oh, that was incredible.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, except for the underground part. But yes, I like Chase. Chase is friendly. I don't understand him, but I don't need to. I don't understand most things, it seems. That's okay. I'm young.
Even to my people, I could feel... Tali could feel he's older than scales beyond us, and we have old ancestors, so
mine are still around. I just point to the air behind me.
Are those like what you summon, like those birds? Like those are your ancestors? You just
They're people I help put to rest. They come and help when I need. And they're the people who my predecessor helped, and their predecessor. And yes.
In some ways, that's a little
many
bit...
generations back.
Yeah, that's where our people kind of bond with our ancestors. That's kind of what Talia is. So I understand that a little bit. That
so
shared...
we have something in common.
Yeah. Still figuring out what we're doing here, but I feel there's a lot of lost spirits that are wandering.
Yes, they need to be told they can let go, but I don't think this area will happen quickly. They were slaughtered. They can't be happy. I don't think they're ready to let go. At least not the one I spoke to directly. That needs to be fixed.
Yeah. I'm a little nervous about what we're going to find tomorrow.
I'm a little nervous about lots of things. Where are you? Where are you from?
Somewhere north of here, you could say. Mainland, perhaps, is the term.
Oh, the water? That would be interesting to fly over.
Yeah, it's amazing. Maybe there's a river every now and then, and you can get a little bridge to cross it. But I think I'm probably the first of my people to ever be on an island like this. So it's quite the experience.
I like it here.
That makes one of us for sure.
Maybe I can teach you to like it. That seems so aggressive. Maybe I can show you the things I like about it, so that maybe you can appreciate those things.
What I can say is that I have so far appreciated the people that I've met here. And while I may not like the temperature and the plants and the fauna and flora, I do like the people so far. So that is a positive.
Good. I'm always concerned when I meet bipeds. Am I a plant? No, animal. That's the word. Yes, animal. Would you consider me an animal or a person?
have not thought of that before. My dealings
Yaris,
with...
give me a history check.
Okay. Oh, wow. It's a natural 20. So I know all about you now.
You think back to like the first port that you made, well, the before you set sail in Eisenheim, and meeting some of the sailors and recognizing that a couple of them had large wings on their back, had a bird-like sort of beak. It threw you off, but you had a moment where you were able to, perhaps with a little bit of liquid courage, walk up to one of them and ask, I know this is awkward, but what are you? And so you know that car is seems to be some sort of version of an Aarakocra. Not like an Aarakocra that you've seen, but there's a lot of beings that you haven't seen, and you've recognized that as soon as you've stepped down from the mountains.
I think, Car, my best answer is, we believe people, humans, whatever, it depends on your soul and what you are. And I think that's what differentiates us from, animals. So your spirit and your soul, I think that says enough. Come on.
I'm a person for you. Thank you. All right.
Of course. If you want to be I don't know how that would work, but yeah, I don't know.
As long as I don't know. How do I say it? I don't care. I know what I am. I know who I am. I know I am Ashwing. So, person, animal, I don't think I'm a plant.
And he chuckles a little bit, a low thrumming kind of, which might sound even creepier, because it's like 2 octaves lower than his voice.
Yeah.
A cackle, a ruffle of feathers, a shiver down Yaris' spine. Let's not do that again. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter really what people think of me as long as they're not shooting at me, like the captain did that day. But it's okay.
It is okay. We got some good people here. I think we can figure something out here. So, but
Hope so.
I'm glad you're not. I've been avoiding you for a day or so because you were circling around me, and that was very unsettling. But I'm glad that
Vultures, I understand. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It wasn't my intention. I was watching over the party.
Okay. That's good to know. And I appreciate that.
And even if I were circling you, it would be after you were dead. And then I would just take your spirit off to where it needed to be. Or help it go there by itself. I wouldn't, I wouldn't try to kill you if, just because you were there.
I mean, I think I've heard I've died 4 or 5 times, so maybe you were onto something. You're just waiting for the next time, and I get that. It's, that
so
makes
yes,
sense.
I died. All right, yeah, maybe.
I appreciate that.
Riaris, low DC, roll me a religion check.
14.
14. With a 14, you remember the reason why you're here. And there's a part of you, you're having trouble being able to kind of contact or talk to Talia right now. But you realize that there's something that seems to almost click in place as you're both kind of trudging through the woods. You can see that now darkness is starting to kind of loom. You see a distant sort of campfire being built. You know that coast looks relatively okay, but you realize that Carr just said that the Ashwing's job is to help bring souls to that next place. And you start to realize that this is someone you need to be talking to specifically about your situation. Doesn't have to be now.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think Riaris would, and I was thinking about that a little bit the same. of that, but I don't think he would bring that up quite yet.
Sure.
Still slow rolling it a little bit, or a lot of it. Cool. Yeah.
Speaking of Sylvia, should I get her?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe. But do we just leave the boat there unattended? What?
I'm not really a fan of boats. I don't know. We could ask Zed, but that might be dangerous. He might try to walk there.
Yes, that's a good point. We shouldn't give him an idea. And I wouldn't really want you to fly by yourself. I don't think that would be a very good idea either.
Who else is going to go with me?
Well, that's my point. I kind of gathered from Sylvia that she wanted us to go on a little bit here without her. She would tend the boat and figure that out. But
she's a very capable being. I'm sure she's fine.
I'm sure she'll be good for the night at the least.
Probably.
Well, I am very hungry. I don't know if you are, but
I'm mostly tired. But food's always good.
Yeah, tired is also a good one. Well, thanks for walking. I look forward to figuring out what comes next, and I appreciate you having me by the side. I've been a little bit of wanderlust, not quite sure where to go, and I feel a little bit more targeted with you, so thank you.
Oh, I'm glad. And I kind of wrap my wing around him, give him like a side hug.
No, that's... I'll kind of turn... I don't even know. I wouldn't give him a hug, but I'll just nod. Kind of like turn a little bit away from that side hug. I don't know if I want to be pulled into that.
Just nodding into it.
Nod, maybe offer hand and be like, just...
And Car like immediately pulls the wing back and goes, "Oh, sorry, habit."
I am kind of a hugger, but right now I don't know. I don't know. I'm still working through things.
I know. My apologies.
And then,
do you want to hug? Should we hug? I feel like we should hug at this point.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'll just give you a fist bump at this point now as I walk.
So I go like that. You do a fist bump, and I'm like,
"We're fighting now."
Incredible.
Do one of those bro hugs up.
I don't know your customs, but okay.
I don't know that he has any idea how to respond, and just says, "Yep, well, this was good," and walks away.
And Car looks entirely confused and goes,
"Nothing else to learn."
And if Talia still glances in my direction, I just kind of nod at them, and then go back and roost.
You see, I think as you see Riaris kind of like walk off towards the campfire, you catch Talia's eyes once again, and it's... You nod. She's...
And that's it.
I think I'd go pull up next to Yoon as he's flipping coins. Not that to say anything, just sit next to him.
And I'll roost until somebody else bothers me or I fall asleep. Or I eat something.
Cool. At this moment, we see like the focus moves out past both of you as we see Zed. But we can also rewind. Zed, what would you have been doing in preparation?
All right. So I know I'll probably get yelled at by everybody in the party for just going on, and even feel Sylvia in the back of his head, just like throwing.
I am gonna say this. I want to say above board. If you go too far off, you could die.
Oh no!
That's the reality. That's what I have tried to make a very clear picture of during this. So just keep that in mind.
I'm knowing everybody's yelled at him for him already walking off and everything.
Okay.
He's probably gonna find a spot near the fire after he found the beetle, if it was still there.
Gotcha.
And he's going to probably just like dig around, make a little indent in the ground, dig out some dirt, and then he's going to create water, put some water in that pit, get a little comfy, like a little makeshift water bed, and just probably talk with the beetle, and then just
So
ups.
are you making like a tub?
So kind of, yeah. It's just gonna be
Okay.
like, just on land for a long
Or are
time
you
with
doing
some
like,
water.
do you have like, are you doing like water walking so that you lay on top of the water?
Yeah, like
Love
that.
it.
Yeah,
Love it. Cool. So you dig a little sort of like trench, a little moat, if you will. I'd say if you want to spend the entire time actually just digging a full moat around the campfire to be able to have like your own lazy river sort of situation.
I mean, it's a possibility that I'd probably end up doing that, and then
Okay.
I'd probably be talking to the beetle, just like, can't believe I let myself slip like that. I mean, if she was here, she would have been just so upset with me. I couldn't hide. Well, the beginning beetle, I hid pretty good, but after, I was a mess. She would have told me all the training she did for me. Gone. How you liking the smoke? Just a little deeper? Maybe less? More? Less? More?
You
I hope
look
nobody
over.
falls in it.
You look over at the beetle that is just sitting perfectly still next to this little small circular ball of dung. It's not moving.
If only I could talk to you, beetle. And you could tell me where you found that much poop when there's no animals around. Except for that little fish creature thing. Damn backpack always running away. That's not his, is it? Have I been touching his? Ugh. Anyways, I'm just about done with this little lazy river. I'm gonna take a little relax and stroll on it around the fire. Hopefully nobody falls in. They'll yell at me again. Alright, and then he's probably just gonna be on his back, just slowly going around.
Do you put like the beetle on your like chest?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Cool.
Not the ball. The ball's gonna be near the fire.
But the ball's gonna stay. Ball's
Yeah,
you're making a mental note of where it is.
Yeah, he's gonna be grossed out thinking it's beaver's poop.
Yep.
Nope.
Incredible. Yeah, as you do so, there's a moment where like there is a thought that occurs to you. It's like as you pick up the beetle, and the beetle just hangs out, just seems to be doesn't seem to move, and you place it on your chest, and as you're rolling around, you take a moment just kind of like embracing the surroundings, and a thought occurs to you, and you look down at the beetle and is this beetle alive? And as soon as you think of that, you see the beetle does shift, turns the other way, and lays back down. So its butt is facing you. Cool. Ogre, what do you do to prepare? First off, somebody's got to make this fire. Doesn't have to be you, but someone's got to make it.
We're not in the village itself. Are we still on the outskirts?
I'd say you're in the village itself. I'd say you're in like what would be equivalent to like the town square. Actually, there's a certain point. I imagine that there'd be a certain point where Carr would explain to you the specifics of the scenario that was given to him by Hilt. And you imagine that you are basically building that campfire right where that scene took place. Basically, what would be the equivalent of like the town square. I do think there are actually, to bring kind of something of note, I think there are actually rocks that are set up in a circle around here. This is a place that you would normally probably build a large bonfire. So I think the circle itself is actually just outside the moat. but in this case, you know, only a small fire is needed.
After helping, like, make the fire, she still has, because she left without giving the slain goblins a proper burial after she realized half of them are missing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she's gonna go to where she put them, like, lined up with, like, sheets and things just over them. And just, like, one by one going, and, like, you see her leaving certain areas, burying them, and, like, she'd be druid crafting flowers and other things, going in certain houses and picking up, like, their shinies to put in with them. And she's just gonna do this very quietly, not saying a word.
Give me a survival check.
Survival, that is a 9.
Okay. With a 9, you find 3 separate bodies. Are you giving them each their own individual grave, or?
Some of them are going in certain areas that she knows to, like, our customs, but because there's so many, not to what we're used to, she's gonna go a little outside.
You only find 3. That's what the roll was for.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yep.
Then she's gonna put them in where we normally would put them. And they'd be, like, lined together.
Okay. Where do you normally put them? Describe the scene to me.
These group of people, you would see, at first you would think it's like, oh, it's like bushes with little red flowers in it. But then if you take a closer look, you'll notice it is a little planted garden of strawberries. And she's, like, almost like making a new flower bed and then putting them right next to it.
Lovely. Car, give me a perception check.
I was going to ask you if I could see something, so thank you. Let me see. Perception. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah. You see Ogre doing this. The bush itself, right? This very nice sort of strawberry bush. Like, I think, when you mention a garden, are we saying that it is just a bunch of strawberry bushes, or are there other, like, sort of like colorful sort of plants here?
A bunch of other colorful plants and even fruit trees and things you wouldn't normally see.
It's got a lot bigger.
It is a small garden, like with one fruit tree and stuff like that, but it's like things you would not normally see in a swamp.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Car, you see that. You see there are, as Ogre is carrying out these bodies and kind of laying them to rest, you see their spirits just above them, hovering close to their body, all just kind of mostly expressionless, just looking at Ogre.
2 things. The first is, unless the second thing occurs, I want to be the best silent cultural anthropologist as possible and just watch her death rites, because I do not know them.
Right.
And so she didn't ask me for help. I have a completely different set of death rites, and she seems to be completely capable, so I'm just watching, trying to learn from that. However, the second thing, given that I see the spirits floating above the bodies, and since I saw her looking for bodies, if in the evening, as the sun is going down, I see other spirits just floating in the area, I will approach her when she looks like she would not be too interrupted, and point out where the other bodies are. That there are other spirits waiting to be put to rest.
Okay. With that, Ogre, you do have advantage on this roll then. So go ahead and roll that survival check again for me.
Okay. Okay, that's way better. That's an 18.
You find 3 more.
So yeah, I'll just point those out to her, and then I will just again step back because she didn't ask for my help. Go back to my perch and watch.
Ogre, you may continue with your funeral rites.
Like, she's trying to, like, keep it together. Like, trying to do what Granny taught her and what she's seen so far. And getting, like, all them ready. And then she's gonna run to her house and get some seeds. And then you see her started planting seeds with the body and then starts burying them with the seeds. And then she's gonna pick all the current fruit that's up there and start bringing it to everybody.
Okay. As you do so, okay, cool. Car, you're watching this whole scene, and there's a in quiet reverence and respect. There's a moment where you see, as they're all watching, they see Ogre go, and you see one of the ghosts look at the other one and just go. Everyone pushes back. Yeah. So they're all of a sudden you see the other one just pushes back, pushes another one. You see them all just start to go and like full on just start like fighting each other. I'd say, Car, from your perspective, it looks feral. Car, what do you do? You can just watch. That's also fair.
Right. What do I know of the goblins in the area? Like, I've never practiced their rites, but do I know anything about them? Have I flown over?
Let's say roll me a nature check with disadvantage.
Okay. I'd cast a spell, but I'm out of them. So, a 23 or a 17. 17.
Wow. Both pretty good.
Yeah.
Goblins are... Barbaric is the first word that comes to mind.
Okay.
But there's a realm of we'll say in this specific instance, you get the idea that like this may be part of the process.
Okay. Then I will let it go and just
cool.
Watch and take note and just let it go and observe and soak it in. I do not want to get in her way. It's her burial rites, not my people. I will help if asked. As
you were continuing to watch, there's a moment where you see this weird sort of like outline, and you've seen these sort of things before in reverence of the idea of what is beyond for these creatures or any creatures. It's depending on the race or the most of them have been Aarakocra, but not all. And in this case, you actually see there's this faint outline that you don't recognize anything at first, but you see that it looks to be like a small like hill or mountain. It's hard to tell whether it's supposed to represent either. And you see as they all kind of stop, and also all of this has no noise to it whatsoever. So you see like a goblin like at the top of the pile just go and just going straight, but you're not hearing anything. And then
which is
you see
unusual, right? I would normally hear it.
I think you would normally hear if they were talking to you.
I see. Okay. So
17 is pretty high, and I would say in like the realms of like this is part of the prospect, and the fact that you're able to witness this is a rare treat.
Yes, it was exactly why I am not with my people right now, just to see what other cultures are doing. So that's why I'm as weird as it might be for a non-Ashwing, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. when you see the hill kind of present in the distance, you see all of them kind of just stop and all turn their heads a little too far. I just imagine goblin necks are just like a somewhat owl-like in the way that they can just almost completely turn their very large head. These heads that are larger than they should be for their bodies all turn to look at that mountain, and you see them. You see the one that's at the top of the pile full on just punch the other one and go and take off running as they are trying to fight their way to the top of the mountain. And as they get further and further away, it's harder to see them. Go ahead.
No, I'll say, does it seem as though this is their after, like this is a good thing? It's a peaceful, like this is
Seems
how it
like
should be for now?
they're fighting their way to the top of the hill.
Okay. Car's in his perch, and he's got that low thrumming going on, which is kind of just it's what vultures do. And so it's very quiet, but
Yeah.
if anyone's close to him, they're probably like, "What is going on?" But he's just very comfortable and content watching it, and he's just.
Ogre, you come back after you've presented some of the fruit down, or you just kind of like put it down in a basket somewhere, and this is like your second trip just coming back, and you see that as Ogre you come back, the rest of whatever that vision has just disappears.
Okay.
I think Ogre, at this point you do, unless you think you've noticed beforehand, I do think you notice Car.
Ogre's just gonna get to the basket and hand him like an orange or a handful of strawberries. And like, come over here kind of thing.
I think we lost you if you're talking, Jack.
My fault. My cat was making noise. So I reached out with my foot to grab it and then bring it to my hand, and I just said,
Thank you. That was a beautiful service.
It's not done yet. We have to go together and eat together.
Oh, I jumped down. I follow her.
And I'm just gonna go to the fire where everywhere else is and just start like handing them things of fruit.
Okay, awesome. Well, I want to finish that scene with all of us together, so very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. All right. Kaelinor, how do you prepare for the campfire?
I think at this point, if the campfire is built, she is on a log slightly further away, the metal leaf in her hair, kind of on her laps, her backpack and scroll and everything beside her. And she's found a piece of wood, and she's detached her scimitars. I think she stares at it for a moment and just begins to, very methodically, and as if no thoughts, just start carving the wood.
Okay. There is a very cool moment that while Kaelinor does this, Kaelinor, you take off that sort of like hand shield that is like that is set up to be on your hand, almost form-fitting like a glove. And as you take it off, you see on the other side, the camera sees that there are actually two scimitars that seem to be almost connected into it. And as you unwrap, I think unbutton and unwrap the very methodical wrapping that has been put extremely tight around the inner sort of pocket of this small, like almost buckler-sized shield, we see I'm going to say, Kaelinor, you see something that you didn't expect. You see a slip of paper fall out.
I grab it and I open it to read it.
At this moment, I'm going to take some liberties here and say that you did not make this weapon. This weapon was given to you the day that you were ready to set sail on your first setting of being with the Merlin Loke and being a part of that I think they would use a different term for it, but I would say crusade. You see a letter fall out, and it's a very simple sort of note. It's from your brother. Proud to be fighting alongside you. We walk the currents. Talia. Actually, sorry. Leon.
I was like, what is this?
No, I mean, well, above board. That is his name, but Leon is what would be written on there.
I think she just stares at it. There's a feeling of guilt and just I don't want to say disappointment, but it's a lot of emotions. She's kind of weirdly heartbroken of this feeling of ice. That's all she kind of ever wanted, but she kind of is just staring at that note. I think she isn't one to kind of show true emotion, but her eyes kind of get watery staring at it.
I think in a similar sort of fashion, time seems to move around you at a different speed. You look out and you see just blur of images of a fire getting created. You see a blur of green moving away and towards you, rustling of wings. But you look back down, and there's a moment, Kaelinor, where you've made a decision. And looking at this note, how as heartbreaking as it is, you're in the middle of doing something. And the ironic thing is that one of the most important tenets of the Merlin Loke is to always be moving and looking forward. And you forget the end of that where it says for his will, and just keep the first part.
I think remembering that if the fire is built at this point, she tosses it into the fire.
The wood that you carved in?
The letter.
The letter. You take a step back. and watch the fires. All of a sudden, time just kind of comes. And you see Ogra and Carr heading in your direction. Over to you all. Ogra, you have the floor.
Ogra is just like trying to hold back the tears and everything and trying to like stay strong about it. And she's like, without like saying much, she'll just hand you like, again, either an orange or a handful of strawberries. And she's like, well, when someone passes away, we have to do this together. Would you mind?
Takes the orange and just nods.
And then I'm just gonna go to every single one of them.
Zed, give me a Constitution saving throw.
13.
13. Okay, cool. Zed, you full on fell asleep. So when Ogre comes up to you, what Ogre you see Zed is sleeping in the lazy river, just hands behind his head. Just
Ogre's a little mad. He just dug a moat in our town square without asking.
Yeah. Yep, I love it.
And just gives him almost like a dirty look.
I mean, it's probably just like a foot deep. Just floating around on it.
And hasn't really, like, there's dead bodies here. My home is destroyed. And you're in a lazy river.
Sorry.
I mean, the other half of you could think, at least he's not getting into any BS.
Mm-hmm.
I think Yoon thinks that looks really comfortable.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna, like,
remember it.
leave him alone because she's, like, little peed about that.
Cool.
And walks
You don't
over.
give him a fruit?
No, he doesn't deserve a fruit after that.
Okay. I want to make a point that I apologize. I made Zed make a moat, just above board. I got very confused on waterbed. I was like, is it a waterbed or is it a bath? Okay, you know what? Now it's a lazy river.
Yeah, just think of a very long water balloon.
It's the best use of water walk I've ever heard, though. It's really, now that I think about it, like, I want that. Just a lazy river waterbed. Beautiful.
It's amazing.
It's pretty great.
When Ogra hands a couple strawberries to Riaris, I'll get up and I'm so sorry, Ogra. We'll find the answer to this. We'll help you out. And you go to like move for a hug if she wants a hug or some sort of consolation, consoling. Not aggressively so. Or I think maybe I wouldn't be feeling. I'd be like, do you want a hug? Because I don't want to be forward.
Is this Dan or is this Riaris talking right
Both.
now?
Both. All right, we're having a hard time here. This is the hug episode, and I was not ready for this.
I love that so much. Just that
Ogra's a little taken aback, and then she like puts the fruit down, and like you can tell very gently, she gives you a very gentle hug, like she's used to holding back, like a very gentle one.
Mm.
And you can hear her like sniffling and trying not to cry. Ogra. This isn't what Ogra's supposed to do right now. But thank you.
Sometimes it's important to mourn our lost brothers and sisters, Ogra, and then we'll get vengeance for what happened here. It's not your fault. Whatever happened, it's not your fault.
No, it is Ogra's fault. They're dead because of Ogra.
They're dead because of the decisions other people made, not decisions you made. It's... Don't put it all on your shoulders, Ogre. Not all you. All right, we'll find your family. There are some that are left. We'll find them, okay?
Okay. Thank you. And then she'll just go to you and give him the last of it.
As you all take the fruit. Ogre, do you say anything? Or
She's gonna like holding the orange like this and looking at where she buried them, where you could see the little garden and everything going on. And she'll be like, first we have to thank who fallen before, and then we, sorry, Ogre doesn't normally do this, Granny does, so we normally thank who's lost before, who gives us this, and then we thank who has passed and who will substitute. And she's just gonna like hold the food and like do this, and then you hear her muttering, but then she's gonna go, to Granny's second husband, we thank you. To that, how Granny always said, Karen, you really didn't do much for the clan, and you were kind of a little bit of a bitch. And being eaten by that alligator is the only good thing you've ever done, and being put in the strawberries, and thank you for them. And she's just listing off all, and then you kind of realize all the food, we're in a swamp with fruit that shouldn't be growing, and I just buried a bunch of them in the fruit. Mm-hmm. So all the fruit is basically been fertilized by dead bodies.
Yeah, the best kind. Yeah, there's if I may, I think, Ogre, you start to list everyone in your lifetime from every funeral that you've had of all these goblins who have died. And most of them have died from ridiculous circumstances. So there's certain points where everybody's kind of having to like sit in reverence, and I would make you all like make charisma saving throws to keep from laughing from some of the remarks. There's the alligator attack. There's ones that literally fell into this very campfire. There's ones that like there's things that just become more insane, and then eventually you get to thanking Granny, or sorry, excuse me, and then thanking those that passed from this attack. And things kind of come back to their more serious tone. Ogre, roll me a history check.
Oh. Well, wait, it's history. I actually rolled good, but it'll be a 16.
I'll give you... Oh, never mind. I don't need to give you advantage. Incredible. You remember that at the end of this ceremony, Granny would always go up to one of the goblins and smack them as hard as she could with her cane. In point of reverence to the idea that the normal understanding of goblins' necessary violence is passed on to the children.
Mm-hmm.
Do you continue this?
Mm-hmm.
That's already
I'm gonna roll a d6, and whoever
Do you need to roll a d6? Do you really? Come on.
Anything you roll.
We know you've already established above board who you would like to.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. She's just gonna go up after you hear her like.
I do think Zed does look to be the youngest too of all you guys. I think there's a realm of that.
But you hear her say, "And now, thank you for bringing life back into the earth and giving us life in return." And then she's just gonna take a bite of the fruit, and then she's gonna go up to Zed, like with one hand, yank him out of the river, and just slap him, and then just drop.
Okay, cool. Give me an attack roll.
I think I should unarmed strike.
Gonna slap me into continuous sleep.
I was gonna say Granny used her staff, but you can do whatever you want.
I don't want to accidentally kill him.
Granny didn't hold back. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, no, it would have been funnier. She's just, as he's like passing her in the river, you just see like a whack-a-mole.
Yeah, that's how I imagined it too. Just. So yeah, roll an attack roll your staff. I'm not gonna kill Zed from this. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, with the
Zed,
Zed, roll a death saving throw for me.
Oh my.
It would be a 15.
With your staff?
+4, and I got an 11.
Okay, cool. Zed, does that hit?
Probably has advantage too because he's prone.
I got 14.
Oh yeah, you would have advantage because he's prone. That's fair.
Okay. Oh, that's way better.
It's
I'm
only
gonna
14
get
anyway, so yeah.
Okay, cool,
What am
awesome. Yeah. You
22.
you
Disadvantage. I'm moving.
lazily. No.
Very predictable.
In a very predictable path. Incredible. Zed, give me. Actually, Zed. Give me a religion check.
Uh, 17.
17. Cool. Yeah. With a 17, I'm going to say you feel this weird sort of surge of energy through you. You don't need to do anything with that energy, but it is something that you feel not adrenaline necessarily. Not like a thing of like, oh my gosh, the person I didn't think was going to hit me just full on smacked me.
No. She hit the Holy Spirit into me.
You actually feel a semblance of rage. Not in Ogre's direction, just in the general sort of sense. With a 17, you're able to let it subside. But it definitely felt like it had like some sort of effect on you.
And that was 4 damage.
And most importantly, that was 4 damage. Cart, what did you get on that history check a while back?
Okay, let me go back and look. I can find out. Let me see. You said history. That was a
That's
while
my roll
ago.
virtual.
I didn't roll history. I've rolled insight, perception, and nature.
It was the nature check, sorry.
The nature, the disadvantage one.
Yes.
17 was my
17,
lowest.
cool. You see in the far distance this sort of like white, grayish sort of white ethereal area from the guard hut that is just able to be seen beyond reach. And you see the figure, and somehow your sight is zoomed in that far as you see Hilt just kind of looking on and going.
So
which tells you this is still part of the ritual.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. And interesting that Hilt. Okay, Hilt didn't go with the rest. Okay.
Hilt did not go with the rest, yes.
Okay.
And Ogre's just gonna turn around and see if they've eaten any of the fruit.
You guys partaking?
Yeah, whenever she ate a bite, I think I would have eaten a bite as well.
Yep, same.
I'll toss back a strawberry.
Is there anything else for this ritual, Ogre?
There isn't much for any more things, but Ogre still feels empty, and even though there's people here she starting to like, she feels also alone. And she's probably just gonna like sit on the log and just stare at the fire. And you just probably keep hearing her like say like every few minutes, Ogre's sorry.
Okay. As you all eat the fruit, Zed even like first off, Zed, I want to give you a chance to react in this. What do you do, Zed? You got smacked in a lazy river.
You're probably... So if I'm just in my meditative sleep and I just get hit, I'm probably going to have a freak out moment. You're going to see him just like splashing around trying to figure out what the hell happened. Check for the beetle. Did you happen to put any food near me, or am I just watching everybody eat?
The beetle's fine. I rolled a 17 into the beetle.
Nope. No fruit for you.
Alright. So I'm probably looking around, seeing everybody's like eating, relaxing. I'm probably gonna pull some of my rations out, nibble on it, and then just go back to meditating.
Cool.
Although
meditating.
Yeah, after 4 hours though, Zed's gonna be awake. Because his long rest only takes 4 hours.
That's true, yeah. So you starting it now?
And so probably seeing everybody just calm, relaxing around the fire, I'm probably gonna
Okay, roll me a d4 and then -1 from that. Incredible.
Okay. So I got a 1.
Okay, you're just starting now. So that's the you got a 1 after the -1?
No, I got a
cool.
2 -1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you were about an hour in. So you got 3 hours left. As you just go back to sleep, go back to
a light sleeper.
To trance. Incredible. All right. So at this point, feeling that the funeral rites have concluded, you all feel over the course of the next hour or so, you feel the effects of guidance, and you're not really sure why. Everybody except for Zed. Eating the fruits does feel like a partial sort of sustenance, but anybody who would want to say that they would make sure that they kind of like pull out some food and have a this is, I think this is also possibly like a late dinner moment too. But I think you're all kind of like looking around, staring into the flames, and there's definitely a time of quiet contemplation. So yeah, we'll handle that. I think we'll handle that first. And because I put Evan on the spot, we're gonna now go backwards. Kaelinor, as you stare into the flames, feeling that temporary surge of guidance from something. What are you thinking about? Okay, I'm going to mute you.
I think she's thinking about how this is the right thing to be doing, to be with these people, especially with the effects of kind of guidance. I think there's a somberness to her, watching the kind of flicker of the flames, and her eyes just occasionally kind of glance over everyone just to gauge reaction, probably.
Gauging the reaction of what they have to what exactly?
Just how, like, kind of this moment, this time, just taking it all in.
Okay. Roll me an insight check.
12.
Beats the DC. Car, when Kaelinor is looking at you, what do they see?
When exactly is she looking at me during this? Is it while we're eating? Have we split up? Like what? I mean, I know we're
No,
doing the ceremony.
you're all still around the fires. It's been just
Okay.
kind of after the sort of like the end of the funeral rites here.
I'm near the fire. I've eaten the strawberry. I'm just probably just looking around, very bird-like, very looking about.
Yeah.
Probably taking note of the one goblin who didn't pass over.
Cool. So yeah, Kaelinor, I think you see a figure that cannot show if they are smiling or frowning, and that becomes difficult to notice expressions. But you do notice Carr seems to be kind of like looking about, seems to be observing. I think you get a feeling from Carr that there is always a little bit of an outsider looking in. And as you look at Carr seeming to fixate, maybe a little slight head tilt at something far off, you try to match their gaze looking in that direction. You don't see anything. And then I think when you look back, you see Carr looking at you. Just head tilt to the side as well. Ogre.
She just,
Go ahead. No, please.
No,
please
just kind of nods at Carr and just goes back to carving.
Okay, cool. Now you said you looked at the party.
Yes.
So we're gonna involve the party in this. You took a DM tool, and I'm allowing it to go through you because that's beautiful. What does Kaelinor see? They look at Ogre. Ogre, that's you.
Sorry. You'd probably see her, like, again, just looking at the fire, and she's just looking, like, all around, like, the destruction of her home. And you can see, like, complete sadness and guilt as she's looking. And she probably has Muffins on her side, just, like, doing that thing like when you have a cat, just petting it continuously for some kind of comfort.
Kaelinor, what you see is a figure that seems to be... The sadness, I think, also kind of gives way to a sense of disappointment. I think Ogre was hoping for some sort of weight to be lifted off by doing this, and you're seeing disappointment and maybe also frustration of recognizing that this has not made any sort of feelings that ogres have go away.
I think there's a little bit of guilt as her eyes flicker to Okra. Quite a bit of guilt.
If I may, I don't think ogre I think you're staring into the flames. Based on how you're describing things, I think you're not meeting the eyes. You don't see anybody looking at you. You're thinking of one thing. And all the emotions surrounding that one thing. I think with a 12, Kaelinor, you notice Zed staring up at the random point in the sky. And Zed, you are in your trance, to be clear. But is there any expression on your face as you're there?
It's probably calm with a little bit of twitching. He's probably having like some vision of the past.
Kaelinor, I hate to say it, but give me a separate insight check for this. And if you roll low, it's going to be very funny.
I kind of wish I did roll low. That's a 17.
17, cool. With a 17, what you know that it's not. It does look like Zed is having a pretty serious recollection of a memory. The first thought you had was, I had a rabbit once that when they dreamed, they seemed to be possibly chasing something in their dream. So you do know that that is not the case in this case. Incredible. What does Kaelinor see when they look at Riaris?
Yeah, so I think, Riaris is settling and taking off his armor. He's got some nuts that he's kind of eating to get a little protein, a little more sustenance. But for the point of this, I think you will see Riaris kind of giving you glances, trying to make eye contact, not in an aggressive way, but in a way of like, I know you're dealing with some stuff, and trying to give an eye connection of like something, but, so not like aggressively staring in any way. You might look and he's paying something else, but every now and then you'll see him just kind of look to be like, checking if she's okay, because she's kind of been in a phase for a day or two. So just seeing, that's it. Keep an eye out.
Okay. And I'm sorry, this is directed towards Kaelinor?
Yes. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, you see, I think in this moment, Kaelinor, as you're kind of making your rounds, looking around, Riaris meets your eyes right across the fire. And you feel I'm going to say it again. Yeah, roll me a separate insight check for this, because I think each time it's just for something that's a little different.
That is a 5.
You look at someone who is trying to figure you out. You don't regard it as calming or welcome. You don't regard it as particularly violent. Just someone trying to make a decision about you, maybe. Above board, we know that that's probably more Kaelinor responding to her own guilt.
Yeah, I think she's very much trying to gauge the reaction of Riaris, and I think he gets like a weird frown back, a little furrow of the eyebrows, of a small wry smile.
Yoon, what does Kaelinor see?
So, I think Yoon he's sitting back, kind of leaned back, and he has a very contented look on his face. Just a slight smile, and he's looking at the group in general, just kind of looking back and forth, and he catches Kaelinor looking at him and meets their eyes, and smiles genuinely, and then thinks of something, and out of his hand flashes the Jack of Winds. One of the cards that would have been the Jack of Flames, but whichever one. One of the cards that he showed her.
Get in the comments, everybody. There's that one person.
There's
the one person that
Don't
like
ruin the moment.
we have so many fans.
Actually,
we have so many fans who are going to just like the
God.
scrolling up. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Please continue. I couldn't help myself.
All right. So he flashes the card, and he just flashes it to her as he kind of smiles at her, and then just puts it away, and just kind of leans back and starts, kind of looks away at the rest of the group, and just kind of still shuffling his cards, and that's it.
Kaelinor, I think that. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No,
Please.
I was gonna say, there is a genuine look of like confusion from her face towards Yoon at that moment. She expected to be met with reprimand or some sort of hostile energy from the party, but seeing that card, it is very much a quirk of the eyebrow and a huh kind of look on her face.
I think the confusion, but in a positive sort of light, kind of works well for Kaelinor to be in that last sort of realm of confusion's good. Not knowing isn't. But especially in this party. There's a moment where I think you think of it's just like a slight sort of inward chuckle, maybe. This is very unlike the Merlin look. In a way that almost seems silly to even explain. But you do make a note that you wouldn't see someone staring at you across the fire with a smile on the face if you didn't take this mission. There's a moment I'm going to come back to you on, Kaelinor. But I don't think I'm going to tell you when. I think I'm going to put you back on the spot. So, Car, As you stare into the flames, what are your inner thoughts?
Carr is simply trying to, I guess, mentally log what he's been seeing, both ethereally and with mostly Ogra's practice. Making note of where the one lone goblin spirit that he knows of remains. And other than that, not a lot. Like he's, once he feels like he's eaten what Ogre expects him to, I won't say his fill, but when he eats what Ogre expects him to, he probably finds whatever stump he was nesting on and roosts in a comfortable place once he feels it. But not too many thoughts. I guess if anything, he's remembering his interactions with the rest of the tribe that aren't Ashwing, and remembering that his comfort level with death and the afterlife is way different than most people's, so he's just trying to remain quiet. And since he doesn't know how to comfort in a different culture, like if you were on the Aarakocra, he would do his thing, but he doesn't want to step on something because he's seen other people try and step on Aarakocra rights and get that all wrong. So he's watching, respecting, and I guess he's kind of questioning whether he's not sure if he'd rather they were more comfortable with death or if he were less comfortable.
Interesting.
So the whole thing you said, like he's the eternal outsider because of that. So yeah, he's not wishing he were different, but he mulls around in his head like, if Aarakocra group had died, he'd know what to do. So he's watching, learning, eating the berries. Moving on.
I'm gonna jump to a memory, Carr, that we're gonna go on together. Of the last time you were able to have a funeral service done where you were fully sure that you understood the rites and felt confident on, well, actually confidence might not be the right word. You felt understanding. There's a moment from the camera screen where we just see the fire just kind of like flickering off of Carr's black eyes. And we zoom in. Ashwing, I just want to say thank you very much for everything you did for my mother. It was it's funny. I just was hoping that I would feel all feelings of sadness and wanting to have her here to slip away, but I guess that comes with time, does it not? As you were staring at a figure of a, it's essentially like a kingfisher. This very long, like sort of white crowned head. You remember that you were on the island of Wotefan.
I didn't catch that name. What was it again?
Wotefan. Wotefon. You are hearing the sound of the distant waves coming in. This family. Let's see. We'll do this. We'll call them the Emeralds. You're looking at someone that you that had called you to be able to do the funeral rites for the service of his mother. We'll say her name is Mar. And this is This is Heron Emerald that you're talking to. You see a bunch of other sort of figures kind of in the background, sort of blurred out from this memory, but you feel that moment of that connection of having another Eric Hochran being thanking you and paying you respect.
And then probably, given the nature, trying to get as far away from us as possible.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So you say you say your goodbyes and then
Yes.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
I will probably know he says I thought that his sadness would go away. I would say something along the lines of what would Carr say?
The sadness is a memory of the good times you had and the fact that you will only remember it. Please hold to the sadness and remember your mother. But then, in the process, live the way she wanted you to. And the sadness will fade. It will become pleasant memories.
You see Heron look to a distant sort of realm of some smaller, younger Eric Hochran children, looking very similar to what you know to be their father. Yes. Passing on her memory, of course. That's what she would have wanted.
Yes.
And if she spoke one to me during the process of the ritual, I will share a very, knowing he probably wants to get away from the Ashwing, I will share like a very brief happy memory that may be of him as a child, and then point to one of his children that seems to be behaving in a similar fashion. Just so that way it's like, hey, it's life.
That's good. That's really good. I like that a lot. Cool. You see him, he kind of like blinks a little bit longer, a little bit more than usual, and looks over at his child. And I think the memory that you talk about is what is remembered as an overactive child.
Yes.
And extremely energetic. And
yep.
As both of you happen to look over to a smaller Eric Hochran, mostly like a deep orange, just with like that slight of blue. Doesn't really have the crown or anything yet. You see him kind of like fidgeting, just moving with his talons, and you see him. He kind of looks at you, and you can tell that there's a little bit of a tear there, and he's thank you. And he moves over to the to sit with the child. You say your goodbyes, and you take off, soaring along the coast, trying to find. At this point, there's certain points where you were called away immediately, and there's certain times where it's days, weeks, a month, maybe even.
Depends on when someone dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I'd like you to roll me a perception check.
Will do. 5.
Cool. With a 5, you're flying around the coastal sort of area. You're hesitant to be too far inland because you've seen larger creatures close in. And with Wotifon, and I promise I'll get you guys the map very soon, but with Wotifon, there's massive cliffs that are somewhere between 200 to 300 feet up in the air, and then valleys down below. And those valleys have many tropical trees, but also are considered to be dangerous by most. So I think you're just taking your time, avoiding getting too close to anything.
Probably finding thermals and gliding as best I can.
Perfect. You, even with a 5, you do hear this sound of a bell. This ding, ding, ding. And it seems like it's very far off. There's a moment that I'm going to say that for an Ashwing, you don't ever want to get too close. Because that bell most likely means people not of your kind. But you're curious. You've been flying for days, maybe? It's hard to tell, I think. Well, actually, it'd be very easy to tell. Sun and moon. We'll say 2 days. So you kind of just, you perch on a branch as you see out in the distance sort of area. You see this very rocky sort of shore. Lots of buildings and bodies, people, too many people, all clustered in one area. You can hear their voices shouting and loudly exclaiming. You can hear the sounds even from as far off as you are. I would say you're 200 feet away. You hear the sound of just this like banging metal sound. It's not the bells, it's something else. It's this hard iron against stacked metal.
Are they fighting?
That's a fair assumption. There's a lot of hustle and bustle. You don't see any shock or quick movement between the crowds, but it sounds very much like a sword banging against a shield. And you look over by the dock, and as you just kind of take a peek over, and you can see just beyond the cliff a very large, very roll me a... Oh, this would be the exact opposite of a nature check, I think. Roll me a... I'll say roll me a nature check with disadvantage.
The low one was an 18. I rolled 22 and an 18.
Okay. You see a very intimidating looking ship. This ship seems to have almost like it's like representing like a fin of a large sea creature. The wood looks like it's been painted black to represent just like some sort of dark... everything about it seems to be... You know that this ship is made out of wood, and wood is very beautiful, as is many colors around. Just because you are black in your wings and in everything about you, you don't connect with this ship at all. It's more of the idea of like that's unnecessary.
Okay.
You're not fearful of it. I think in honestly in a lot of ways you kind of look at the ship and think, why?
Yeah, like I was born like with black feathers and such, and some things are black, but that was clearly made black. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see against the noonday sun multiple sort of armor that is decorated in a dark blue and silver, shining against, piercing your eyes at certain points as you put up a wing to kind of get out of the way. It must be so highly polished as you see figures marching down a street wearing the same garb. And I'd like you to give me one more perception check.
Or
4.
yes, indeed, that was a 4.
I think 4 is a decision. 4 is everything that you don't understand about humans or elves or humanoid figures that are not Eric Okran is represented here. And you decide at this moment to take to the sky and fly out and away.
Also, I think that I know the Aarakocra fight. They're a warrior. We have warriors amongst us, and there are going to be people to their death. But I think the Ashwing have a little bit more reverence for life.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not pacifists by any stretch of the imagination, but some of the fighting that I see amongst the other races, even the Aarakocra, when I don't see it being necessary, I just think there's a lot of violence that doesn't need to happen. So I wouldn't say Kakar is a pacifist by any stretch of the imagination. He's definitely is there a different way to do this? Because really, death is usually fairly final.
Yeah. I'm going to say roll me a charisma saving throw.
Christmas saving
But you can choose to fail. It's not going to be a huge thing here. It's up to you.
See, well, damn, because I rolled a nat 20.
It's up to you. I think there's I'll put it this way. I think there's a part of this that angers you.
Okay.
This just doesn't. Yeah, cool.
So yeah, I mean, if what you're describing is what I'm imagining, like it's some kind of an attack, then
it's not an attack. It looks like it's preparation.
Then yeah, that probably bothers me even more. Like they're all prepping to fight something that's not in their face. Yeah, and given this is memory, so I'm probably younger. I don't see that people may have suffered grievances for a long period of time, and I'm far more I'm less jaded. So yeah, I can see me getting angry.
I think you can't help but let out a bellowing scream. Just to give them something to look at that's not metal or blackened wood.
Actually, given Carr and his intimidation rolls, I'd probably do it and fly overhead. Like, you guys are preparing for war and I'm circling the dead.
I love that.
Well, you maybe rethink. So yeah. The opposite of Riaris. This time I'm doing it for real.
Cool. Do you imagine that you make a noise in that, or?
Given that I'm choosing to fail the charisma check.
Yeah, I think it's like there's a visceral sort of like.
Yeah, so given that even if I might be shot, yeah, I do.
Cool, you got it. It's a weird thing as we pull away from this memory, just. Your original thought was when you felt like you were understood. And the memory somehow just went off and took you there. I'm going to come back to Killenor. As you were staring into the flames as well, in memory, zoom into your eye. You hear the hustle and bustle of people. You hear sounds of crying as and others as you are marching down the street towards your ship. This is the day. It's finally here, and the feelings are complicated. You look down at your weapon that you had just received earlier that day from your brother, who just gave a curt nod and left to join the other troop. They're leaving on a different ship. They have a different task. As you're heading down the ship, you see the faces of people that are looking at you laughing, crying, saluting, giving various sort of portions of reverence, disdain, disappointment, happiness, or just trying to not be noticed in this crowd. They want to be able to say that they were there. But the Merlin folk are scary. Give me a perception check.
A 9.
9. You are marching down the streets, and as you are trying your best to stare dead ahead, as there's just many people that are having many sort of different feelings, you notice a small girl, couldn't be more than 8 or 9 years old, sitting on her dad's shoulders. Dark tan skin, hair that is almost like a brighter, like a between a blonde and like a deep orange, but gives like a hint of white in certain areas. As you see her just staring in awe. It's not positive, it's not negative, it's just shock. Or there's no better word for it. It's awe. There's a whole infantry marching in front of her, and her father is big smile on his face, kind of bouncing her up and down, looking up at her as she locks eyes on you. You feel a sharp stabbing pain in your side. Come on, pay attention. We have work to do. As you look up, and please describe to me what Rolithan looks like, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Relithan is Kalinor's biggest pain in the ass. He stands at probably slightly taller than her at this point. Taller than her than at most points of her life at 5'11". Kind of tanned brown skin as well. Black swoopy hair. High cheekbones, and just there is a energy of a goody two-shoes around him.
To be clear, Rolithan is not above you in station, but certainly acts like it at times. Rolithan is also a new recruit.
Kay has like a fake placid smile on her face as he tells her to like pay attention. She goes, "Yeah, I know. You pay attention." And then goes back to,
I always pay attention. Oh, you're okay. Great, that's good. Well, get all the sillies out. The ship's here, and I'm ready to advise the non-believers. Excited. Can't help it. Okay, Commander's watching. Okay. Kaelinor, as you continue down the street, you hear this. Go ahead.
No, she was going to make a very snide comment, but she kind of mutters something under her breath of, "If you're any more of a kiss ass, you know."
What? What was that? What was that?
Nothing.
It's I've been waiting this day my entire life, okay? Okay. Alright, well then. You hear the sound of thring. And you see Rothingham. That's us. And slams his halberd down on the ground in response as you see all of the other figures all around you, whom maybe you just realize in this moment, or maybe you just noticed all along and recognize, like, where's my halberd? I didn't get a halberd. You hear the through as they continue to march down the street. And you look at your weapon on the side. Your double-bladed scimitar, to be clear. Where's your Don't tell me you forgot it.
I didn't get one. Jeez.
Good start, Kay. Good start.
And she is looking around to see if she can duck out and just try and sneak back and grab one. She's like, do I need one?
You stop for a second even to move out of line, and all of a sudden you feel a hard shove in front of you.
Okay,
You look behind you, and you look behind you, and you see another guard, another member of the Merlin Loke, the new recruits, just shoving you forward. And at this moment, you're like, man, everybody is just full on in the Kool-Aid. And then you see the ship. Black wood. You see the officers on the ship staring out at you. And it's a magnificent sight for some. For Kaelinor, that's up to Kaelinor.
She is, I think at first, taken back just by the sheer size of the ship. And then her first thought is, I understand the color motif, but man, what a waste of good wood. And she reminisces her time with Naira and the wood carvings they used to do.
Mm-hmm.
And how they used to look, and how there is natural beauty, and by using kind of nature's resources, and how beautiful things can look if you just let them grow on their own.
As you look at this the ship presented in front of you, you see a woman on the ship, bright pink hair. This would be the first time you really meet Aurelia. But we don't get that moment as you're staring out, noticing the very specific hair color, and you are interrupted by a very loud "Ah!" as you look up, and you see a giant black Aarakocra. Good sign. It's the death of the past we leave behind. Come on.
And she felt those.
We're going to continue on in this memories. But for now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So, we'll see you guys in 10. Okay. Welcome back. As we are staring out at this fire, memories continue to arise, but I'm going to give us an opportunity to be able to break into conversation with one another. So if you would like to, now's the time.
Okay.
And just for knowledge, Zed is tranced in the water, so he
Yes.
is still just floating around.
Yeah, as far as you guys know, Zed is not fully present. You could interrupt this if you would like.
I think Ogra would be looking, like, after staring at the flames, really thinking. Deep
Mhm.
thought, look at Kaelinor. And Ogra's gonna ask a very sensitive question, but Ogra would like to know, why would Kaelinor join people who would do something like this?
Sometimes people make dumb choices for sake of family and reputation.
Ogra understands making bad choices. And Ogra believes Kaelinor when she says they weren't a part of it. But it still hurts that you were with them.
I would say I am sorry, but sorry doesn't bring back the dead. It's
Ogra, check your Discord. Sorry, please continue, Kaelinor.
my choices were mine and I took them. So yeah.
Well, maybe you and Ogra can both make better choices now. Ogra didn't have June, who seems pretty smart, and everyone else to tell Ogra not to go to the beach, and maybe if we were there, we would tell you not to go with these people. So maybe we can make better choices now, together.
I like the sound of that.
Riaris, think you were going to say something?
No, I mean I can go, but I didn't.
Can I jump
I mean,
in?
I will. Yeah,
I want to say
go
something
ahead.
very quick and short.
Sure.
Carr pulls out a small tribal drum that he has and just starts just a hypnotic polyrhythm from his tribe. And just in case the DM is going to pull something on us, Song of Rest. So that way, just in case Riaris gets woken up early and up for a short rest, you get some more hit points.
You know what? Just for fun, I'm gonna tell you all that you are able to take a short rest right now.
Great.
But
Way to go, Carr. You've just,
Gar.
I haven't been playing with Joe for long, but I've been playing with Joe for long enough. And since that's the only thing I can do with no spell slots, I'll just the little hypnotic rhythm on the drum, between my talons and my feathers, and just before as we're going to sleep. Nothing like the pounding of a drum, but like the soft, your mind can wander with it. And that's all I really had to say.
Awesome.
Fun fact, I just realized that with a negative constitution, you can roll hit die and get 0 back.
That would be a bad time.
That's amazing.
That's
I wonder if there's like a D&D rule that you can't, like your attack can't be 0.
Probably,
So I wonder if that's equivalent to the hit die. But yeah, in this case, it's beautiful.
My attack with my claws. So yeah.
Yeah.
With talent, I got -1. So I could roll a 0.
Yeah, I think above board, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's like a rule that it cannot be 0 for an attack if you hit.
Let's look it up.
But for hit dice, who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll say, I mean, if no one has anything to say, I'll continue on with the memory step. But
I have something to say.
Go for it.
This seems like a good time to tell you all a story. The Loa, when the Loa first came to the island of Faran from the Feywilds, they ended up in ruins that had been there for a long time before they ever arrived. And in those ruins, there was a strange tower, a building that appeared to be upside down. And the building itself came to be known as the Anbao, a tower that would, of its own will, let some people in and others would meditate outside or stand and wait for their entire lives and never get in. And there was a young boy who often went to the tower and stared at its walls and dreamt of one day getting inside and taking its trials and becoming one of the few who had made it out. And as an older man, when he was leaving the town, Shukar was the name, he stopped one last time at the tower and he looked at it and he was sitting and all of a sudden, instead of one door, he saw 6. Which to his knowledge had never happened before. It was quite improbable. And of course he walked over to go inside these doors, but he found that he could not. He found that he was pushed back. But as he pushed and tried to enter, he began to see things visions and images and senses of things. And he began to get a sense of 5 other people. Not faces or voices, but a feeling of something improbable about each one. And it just reminded me of this story because I think each one of you has something very improbable about you. Ogre, besides many things, your eyes, heterochromia, only occurs in 1 in thousands, maybe 1 in 10,000s. Perhaps in goblins it's more common, but it's very uncommon. It's an improbable combination. And Car, I don't think I've seen an Ashwing stray so far from home. Kaelinor, I once saw somebody try to eat that scroll, but never saw anybody leave and shred it of their own will. I imagine that the cult itself finds that very improbable. And Riaris, I don't think I've even seen another being like you, especially not within the Isles. And then there's Zed. All of you just very improbable in your own way. The tower itself exists and is in my home city. And I just thought maybe in this moment that it might be nice to have something that we are all bound by. That something that we had in common. And maybe one day, if we save the Isles or perhaps the world, we can go there and I can show you the tower from my home. And then he'll go back to just kind of shuffling cards.
Yoon? Did your tower have like a funny pictures on it of a sun and a moon?
Roll me a history check.
Okay. $23.
There are certain depictions that have been stated by the Onbao on what they see in the tower. One of them does talk about sun and moon. But it was never really clear on, would talk about the design being this way, and then there was a certain point where it actually looked like something else. So it's possible.
Many of those who exited the tower and were allowed in often forget much of what they saw inside, but I do think I do recall some of the Loa speaking of a sun and a moon while inside. or at least some writings of that. It's been some time since I think anybody has actually been in the tower.
Because Ogre was in a giant tower. Ogre thought it was a sandcastle, but Ogre may be wrong. And it had those symbols, and it looked like this.
When were you in a tower? Was it here or somewhere else? You haven't been to Faran, have you?
Mm-mm. Ogre followed the river to the beach. It's when she got attacked by the Merlin Loke. When she was inside of it.
Gilnor, roll me a... Roll me a stealth or deception check, your choice.
Mhm.
Nat 20 for a 23.
Jesus Christ.
Now you pull it out.
Which one?
Deception.
Okay. Well, fuck me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's what you get for relying on the dice.
I did ask for the roll. This is obviously a point where we're pulling people along into a realm of story. But Ogre, as you think back, we move into that memory. You're on the beach. No one around but muffins as you see the tower. This pinkish red stone. You notice pieces of it seem to be in shambles. You accidentally kick a large stone that looks like it most likely had come from the top. We've already gone through some of this, so I'm going to just relay it. You can't help yourself. Walk into the tower. Actually, let's do this together. What do you see at first?
It's pretty impressive, something so big. She can fit through the doorways without ducking her head. But it seems too foreign, the stone and all that. To her, it kind of looks like a dump.
Yeah. You notice that there's a feeling that no one's been here in some time. Which is odd, because it's right on the beach. There's a goblin sort of part of you that thinks, wonder if there's anything here that I could trade with. You move up to the second floor. You see there's a sort of pedestal. It looks empty, like there's something that's supposed to be there. And you see a window staring out into the sea. You go to the third floor and you see the same thing. You can feel there's an indentation of some sort of like square object that looks like it's supposed to go in here. And that's when you see the markings. Go ahead and describe what you see on that last floor.
On the top of the tower, or the one with the...
So the third floor is essentially all that's left.
Yeah. It's open air. It's essentially the roof. She's looking around and seeing how high she's up, a little excited, seeing how big the world really is in this moment. Like, maybe the clan can come here. Maybe we can be a part of the world without being afraid of it in this moment. Like, not everyone's gonna hurt us. Like, real optimism. And her eye catches a little glint on the floor.
What do you see down on the floor?
These little, like, chains, and they're, like, silvery, and instantly Ogra wanted to pick them up, and immediately but cuts her hand on them.
As you see these chains, you feel like the cuts on your palms. All right, no luck there. And where do you see these markings that were represented in your book?
One of them was above the door, and on the second floor was the moon itself, and on the top was the sun and the moon, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
On, like, a basin where the chains were.
And that's when you hear voices. You look around and fear you're now in a tower. The only way out is down. You look out and you see a ship making port here, beaching here, and you see figures that are starting to go out and talk to each other. Blue uniforms, silver. You can see the glint of silver in the armor. What do you do?
She first tries to hide, like, under one of the stone pillars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you go to hide. You see Muffins kind of like taps you with the wing, and it's like, it doesn't shake its head, doesn't have a head, but you just feel that, like, yeah, I am a little too big for this spot here. This is fun because above board, we actually did this as our, like, backstory sort of moment. So this is fun. Or one-on-one. So yeah. So what do you do after that?
After the arrows are, like, she hears some noise, and then arrows just start coming everywhere, all at her.
Above board, that is only when you leave.
Oh yeah. I had to go, like, back to my notes to remember.
All good.
Yeah, she tried to sneakily leave, but doesn't roll that well on stealth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe you tried to just get on Muffins and then take off.
I thought that was after I was getting fired with arrows.
No, you were up at the top of the tower, and that's when you were like, okay, I'm just gonna go down. But so as we see that, we see the arrows just as you turn back around, and you actually we'll say this is an important part of it. Go ahead and tell me what you do successfully. We'll say.
Ogre's trying, like, she's pretty far away from the ship, but she's trying to, like, get them to stop. And she sees someone who looks like a leadership commanding them, so pointing at her, so she uses an ice knife and throws it at her, and the hat comes off, and she gets this lady who has pink hair in the eye.
Mm-hmm. And that tricorn hat just knocked off her head. As you're thinking about this, go ahead.
Sorry. And Ogra yells as she flees into the woods, "Sorry, but you were firing at Ogra first."
As you're doing that, thinking back to that memory, go ahead and roll a perception check.
perception. That's gonna be a 5.
You think back to that moment. There's actually this feeling of like sort of like searing pain as you remember this memory and how awful it was to be the first like sort of time that you encounter other beings that just seem to just want to kill you for the sake of you being somewhere you weren't supposed to. Kalen, are you? Sorry, excuse me. Ogre, you touch down to the trees, and both you and Muffins run off into the woods, into the forest. Excuse me. And it comes back to this moment with the fire. Ogre, you can continue as far as like explaining where you saw it, or you could say that at this moment you just memory
Sorry.
hurts.
I kind of like point in the direction of where the river's flowing, like over there. And the moon was in the second room, and then the one with the sun and the moon was at the top with a basin and chains. And the tower was like a reddish color. Is that the tower you think of your story?
Our tower was upside down and it was buried. Difficult to, I don't know if I'd say it was red, but I'm not sure. Nobody who really went in knew much about it, and it's been a long time since the tower let anyone in. Do you think, is that where the Merlin look were after you and your tribe because you were in the tower?
That's the only reason Ogra really thinks they attacked her. It must have been their tower. Why else would they do it?
Well, I suppose we'll find out when we ask them. More and more, though, I think it's quite lucky that we met each other, Ogre. Maybe one day we'll go back to that tower as well and see what was there.
Yoon. As you're staring at Ogre through the flames, you notice there's a like a crackle. You see a ember just kind of shoot out, and your mind drifts off. I'd like to put you somewhere if you're up for it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let's do this together. Where do you want to be? Where's your memory go? Where do you think
Maybe-
you left Port?
Where I left port.
Yeah.
have to be. Probably the largest port in the north was, I think that's the Seal family's port. Yeah, the Casil family had the port in the northern area led by Farron Casil.
Cool. So we go into a place that seems to be just fitting to find Yoon, as we are sitting in a tavern. You hear the hustle and bustle of folks getting their drinks. It's loud. You notice that there's several figures that are representing all sorts of races, that a lot of which you haven't seen, or you haven't seen at least many of. We see figures that that seem to have like any ranging from the like obviously human, elven, and all the typical races. But you recall at one point you were particularly interested in a large sort of like bear-like figure. You can see, I mean, it looked like almost like a bipedal bear. Slightly more humanoid features, in the idea that the face seemed to be able to show sort of more expression, but you saw the like black and white fur, and it was interesting. You I think in that moment you couldn't really recall anything from textbooks or anything that you had read that you had glanced over that mentioned this race. But as you see the figure kind of like starts to kind of walk out from the tavern, I'll say you finish your drink and go out to like leave, and maybe just kind of like follow the look of this creature. And as you walk out, you immediately lose sight of it. You hear the dinging bells of a ship coming in pretty far off. The way I picture it, you're in a sort of tall sort of portion of town. This could be a ship that you could be on, that you could get into as it is coming into port. You could find out information if you would like. But at this moment, if you're going to catch that ship, you're going to have to move pretty quickly through town, going from the top area of Castiel, going all the way down to the deck. Is that what you do? Now I'm giving you the reins.
Yeah, I think so as I leave the bar, I turn around and, trying to get as much attention as possible, just yell out, "Well, you'll never see the likes of you Norellian again, that's for sure." And then I storm off towards the ship, just making a big ruckus and, probably using my name several times and, just making sure people know what's going on.
I love it. As you pass by figures coming from your left and right, you are walking down this cobblestone street, some of which you see them turn around and they give a look that I think for Yoon gives like, "Oh, you do know my name. Good. Make sure you know." Like, there's a sense of like, this is getting the effect I want. But as you get closer to shore, you notice that there's less of those faces that are turning around. There's one in particular that you remember because there's something about this figure's eyes that was just somewhat captivating. You saw a woman look like she had a couple drinks like in her hand as you're passing by several taverns that are around here. Has a couple drinks in her hand, is clearly listening to orders from the inside as she kind of comes out and is dumping the drinks. And she catches your eye, and you see a woman with very tan skin, brown hair, but eyes like the ocean. Grayish sort of blue. And she looks at you, sees you, winks, and goes back inside.
As normal, Yoon is sort of shuffling, playing with cards a little bit, and I think when he sees that and sees them, he actually fumbles. And some of the cards go just flying up into the air for a second.
You hear some
And
laughter
then-
from sailors that are around.
Before they can hit the ground, he waves his hand over them, and they sort of freeze, expanded, and then go back into the deck. I think he still looks embarrassed. And then tries to go in after the person he saw.
Okay. As you walk in, you see the figure facing away from you, tending to a table. And there's a point where I'm gonna direct you, if that's okay. Because this is a memory, and this is a story. You see the back form of this woman, and you start to find like a seat by the bar, but that's when you see a table in the corner, figures shuffling cards, sailors all putting in their bets. She'll probably be here for a while. Maybe I'll get in one game. You scoop back from the table. What do you say to the figures as you walk up to them?
I think just, gentlemen, my name is Yoon Aurelian. Perhaps you've heard of my family. I have a little bit of coin to spare and was hoping maybe you had an extra seat.
You see two very gruff-looking sailors look at each other, and a third that is facing you. I'd be happy to take your money. Have a seat. And we zoom out from this memory, as that was a very fateful night for you. We come back. Riaris, you are staring at Yoon, as Yoon seemed to be... You could have been done with his statement of what his story said, but you felt like there was more, and you're kind of like staring way too long as you like realize, oh, no, okay, that's it. Do you say anything in this moment?
Yes. So I think we are.
You pull the mic closer to you. I think it's. Oh, now I can't hear you at all. That's weird.
I muted myself. Maybe you can hear me now. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay.
Yes, Riars is very interested in that story and had been thinking and looking at Yoon. Yoon had been very quiet so far for the night, so he appreciated that and was eager to hear more. And he's eating some walnuts. He's like, he offers one to Yoon. You all right, Yoon? You look like you're somewhere far off.
He's rubbing the side of his neck where there are just maybe 3 marks. Probably not very visible at this moment, but if you look, you can see a little bit of light on 3 points, and just remembering a game I played once.
Is it a good memory or a bad one?
Well, we all need our mysteries. Perhaps I'll tell you about it sometime.
Yeah, nod knowingly back. Yes, indeed, we do have our own mysteries. I have some extra rations. I don't know if you're still hungry. The berries were delicious, but these are good for protein if you're hungry.
How I do miss our personal chef. Thank you, though. This is very kind.
You had a personal chef. Wow.
A lifetime ago.
Was it good? But that must have been nice. I had to cook my own meals.
We see the screen start to kind of zoom in towards Riaris's face. But even the camera has some fun as it moves past Riaris's face towards a figure that is floating by, moving to Zed. Zed, we did mention above board that this memory would take part after the shipwreck. Would you like to start? Did the music get crazy loud for you guys?
No.
It was louder, but not something that it wasn't
I
like.
can never hear the
crazy
music, so
loud.
bad person to ask.
Okay.
Let's see. So would this be the immediately after, or is this like some time has gone by?
You've come to shore on an island. Put it that way.
Oh, okay. All right. Probably dreaming that I'm walking around and seeing what there is threat-wise, what there is usable. Kind of confused as to where I'm at. Get the bearings, look around, probably see what I can do for food and a fire, shelter. Tend to the needs of the other.
Okay. Tend to the needs of the others. Who's the others?
Is this the person I found?
You said the
Amongst?
others.
Oh. Yeah, so there's technically one I found on
Correct.
island?
Yeah.
And then there is one I brought to Island.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I believe this is Jean, but now I'm wondering if we put two people together here.
So
Who's the one that you were with for a while?
So the Jean was the one I was with for a while, but there was also a small creature that was there too. I was just getting in the way, but they weren't that big of a deal.
Is that on your sheet?
Should be, I believe. I might have not put them because they didn't do much at all except be a bothersome.
Well, I can't read your mind, man. So yeah, we're talking about Jean.
Okay, gotcha. My bad. Yes. So I'll probably tend to his needs, see what he needs. Get him some healing going.
Cool. Can you describe this being?
Yeah, so he is maybe like a human. Very, very well toned. Looks like he does a lot of workout mission, takes care of himself very well. Black crew cut hair, tan. He is missing a 2 fingers on the one hand. Just the normal like leather armor, pockets. He's a good guy. Sees the upper side of things to life.
Well, I mean, yeah. So tending to him at this moment, you hear. We'll role play this. You hear a.
Okay.
Where am I?
I found this island, and you were the only one I found alive from the ship.
Oh.
Do you know what happened?
I know what happened.
Okay, good. That skips a lot of explaining.
Well, thank you for fixing my wounds. You didn't need to. Well, we best get some shelter here. Looking, these trees have a general idea of where we are.
Yeah. Also, you might want to check your bandages. I'm not the best when it comes to first aid.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's
I did see a cave. Small one.
a cave.
But
Are you daft, mate? You could go into a cave on an island.
well, yeah, you can see the back. It's not.
You saw
deep.
what I saw, right? That's not going to be it. No. We'll do that in the morning
Okay.
when we have spears and things. Are you're not very smart, are you?
Maybe.
Don't answer that. All right. Just help me to grab these. Oh, my leg. Okay. Just help me to grab these palm fronds. We're going to stay here on the beach for now. And starts to go into this whole like sort of thing of like survival. You remember in that memory, in this like almost like dream sort of state that you're in, you see Jean teaches you how to make a shelter. The next day, sharpened spear, you wake up and you see he has a sharpened spear ready to go. Throws another one to you. Goes, all right, now we go find what's in those caves. And you go in. What do we find in the caves?
So it seems to be like a couple rocks stacked against each other, big rocks that make it look like it's a cave. You go down to it, it's not that deep. It's like good enough for like storing stuff. It's like a good tiny cave. It's not complex or insane. It's probably good like 40, 50 feet in, and then you get to the backside of it.
Continue.
Alright. And the one rock that's leaning over top of the other two, it's got enough sticking out to where there's like enough to put a campfire outside the cave. Wind won't go into the cave, won't put out the fire if it rains. So very convenient, very nice little cave.
There's no creatures in the cave?
There might be just the small like insects and stuff. There's some notable like nothing insane.
You see Jean like looking around as he finally gets to. All right, well, best to be always vigilant. You never know if there's gonna be a, rocktopus or what have you. Watch out for that rock. You never know.
What?
A rocktopus. You never seen a rocktopus before?
No. What is that?
It's like a rock, right? But then you see it reach out and it grabs you, and then it's gonna eat you before you even know what's what.
Oh.
So, don't worry. I don't know how long we're gonna be on here, but I'll show you. We'll find one.
All right.
It's probably good for you to fight one, and hopefully we won't die. And we fast forward a week later. Jean, still in his I'm gonna just change one small thing on here, is that Jean is just carrying a big leather coat.
Okay.
You see his hair. He is like doing a lot. You'll see he's always on the beach, like kind of just like sort of like trying his best to give himself sort of a haircut and making sure that it's staying just high and tight. What does Jean teach you over the course of a week?
He teaches me like the various survival skills, and then he goes off into branching more of what would be useful. Like the big thing is sneaking, learning about magic, weapon handling was a big one, and figuring out like where to go in life, what my purpose would be, what I feel like I should do, and where I fit. And then he would teach me stuff about rangers, tell me about his stories and what I should think, put me through training, lots of water training.
This is a week. Slow down.
This is a big
This
week.
is just
man.
a week. Holy cow. Drew, stay with me, bud. Stay with me.
Riaris is like, I spent my whole life and he did it in a week. Fuck, I need to stay.
I'm a CL with ADHD. I can get it all done.
Within that week, there's a moment where there's a large creature that seems to come out. You see this creature seems to resemble a crab with a large, like, essentially it looks like a hermit crab, but times it by 100. Like, so this creature kind of comes up on shore and goes, all right, okay, this is your first lesson on this. Right, so these creatures, you don't fuck with these creatures, all right? But this one thinks that this is his island, and he's just gonna plant himself here. So we're going to fuck with this one, right? And I'm gonna be doing something that I haven't really shown you anything about, right? So just trust me on this. And you see him look at the look at the fish. Look at the giant hermit crab. Looks at you, and you see the vision of himself seems to get weird, seems to get somewhat blurred, as if he's almost underwater. You see him move incredibly quick, and from his hand spurts water out into this creature's face to blind it as it comes up to the other side and slices into it from one end with his spear. He goes, all right, come on, finish the job. Come on, sea elf.
All right. So probably seeing that, I'm gonna try to like do something like it.
Okay.
But at this point, he probably doesn't know anything about magic, really.
Right.
So instead of water to blind it, he's grabbing a handful of sand.
Well, it's already blinded. What do you do?
Well, I mean, yeah, but he's still gonna like follow what he does.
Oh, okay. I love that. I love that. All right,
So-
now your turn. And you do literally exactly what he did.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
except-
I love that.
yeah,
You just take
plug
sand.
with the
Just,
sand. Yeah.
what are you doing? We'll say you go up and then you go to
Bucket sand.
steps. Yeah, love it. You go and you stab this thing. Cool. We cut to later that night. You have this giant pincher claw in front of you that he's showing you. Like, all right, so you're gonna grab from this side and just, and Jean just teaches you. That night he explains that there is an ebb and a flow to everything, as over the course of time. How long are you with Jean?
I believe it was 3 to 4 years. that him
This
and
is
I
your
were-
character with your backstory. You tell me what.
I would say it was in between like 3.5 years around that time.
So 3.5 years about? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All the while, you see Jean gets a little bit slower in his step. Even just in the course of 3 years, you recognize that at a certain point in time, he's giving you more tasks and taking the reins a lot less. Last night that you remember being with him, you remember you share a rather serious moment. Taking us to you. Right. So, I think, if you were able to make it back to shore, what would you do anything different? And you look over him and you see that he's not staring at you. He's staring just out to the sea.
If I was to make it past this island and go back out there, I'd probably want to try something other than fish. And then,
Yeah.
and then, I want to stop that lady. That is too much power for one person.
You see him look at you. Okay, dice. At first, he looks upset. You get the feeling, as he has done countless times, he's going to tell you off. He's going to tell you you're stupid, you're an idiot. Don't try to punch above your weight. But he doesn't. He stops. Just kind of chuckles. You know what, mate? You might be the one thing that is able to take care of her. Who knows?
You know, that's what rangers do, right? They help the good. They put the evil in check. Keep balance.
Roll me an insight check.
Nat 20 for 25.
At this point, he stops looking at the sea and he looks at you. You know what? You're right. I did teach you that. You're not that much of an idiot. All right. Well, let's get some sleep. Got a day of surviving tomorrow.
Yeah, and then I'll also go on an adventure afterwards. There's got to be more than just sea out there.
Yeah. More than sea.
Probably then goes to bed.
The next morning, you walk out to this bright, sunny day. You walk over to the rickety table that you made after Jean said, "What the fuck do we need a table for?" And you see a note. What does the note say?
I know. Come on.
You could paraphrase, by the way.
I was just trying to like go back because there was. It was basically saying that he had somewhere he had to be, and he hoped that I go on an adventure of my own, find some friends, and he'll see me when our paths cross. Along the lines of that.
You fold up the note. Well, you tell me what you do.
I'm gonna fold up the note. I'm gonna put it on the inside of the armor. I probably have like a little pocket that I slide it in. Keep it there. And then, just as that, I just like muddle under my breath, "Asshole, leaving me," and then I go off on my adventure.
You head out to sea that day. Incredible. Riaris, you were in the middle of speaking and you feel like there was this... I'll say this, you hear a like kind of like blip in the water as you turn around and see Zed is just twitched a little bit.
Continue watching him. He seems to twitch, but he kind of gets back to his normal position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I would just keep an eye, see if it happens again quickly in succession, or maybe look at his facial expression, see if he's anything going on, he's expressing anything.
I don't think you see anything.
Look to Yoon. Is he safe like this? I've never actually seen someone do this. Do you think we should like move him?
I think you're muted. Yep.
He looks comfortable. I think he can breathe even if he falls in there.
You hear
Yeah.
you actually hear a voice from inside and just go, "Okay. Do you want to talk, or do you want me to talk? Should probably explain why we're here, and everybody's just doing the thing where we're all staring into a fire."
I mean, it's a pretty nice fire with the moat, but I think
Oh shit, I
If
didn't
you-
even see the moat. Oh, this thing is just, he's just floating in it.
I know. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. I thought maybe we should get him out. He says he looks comfortable. He seems comfortable, so I'm not fighting it. But to your
Makes
point,
sense.
are you ready? I know you're talking with Car. I felt you withdraw a bit. Honestly, I'd love to hear you say it. I don't look forward to being cold, but I think I'm ready for it.
It was strange to know that one is being seen after all this time. I guess I hadn't steeled myself for it yet.
A lot of this is very strange, but I can't help but get the feeling that's a good thing.
Yes.
Well, I'm ready. Yeah, sure. I ready when you are.
Okay. This may sting, this may burn.
This is
I
gonna hurt.
truly... I have no idea. I've never done this before.
See what happens, I guess.
Just,
Trust
you know, just like, you know, brace yourself.
He will hold the log or whatever he's sitting on, you know.
Okay,
kind of-
great. All right, I will count down backwards from 5. 5, and then you feel your body seize up. You know, the thing like when the doctors go like, all right, I'm gonna count down to 5, and they don't, they do it early so that your adrenaline's already pumping or whatever. Man, screw those guys. Anyways, or gals, guys and gals. At this moment, you all see Riaris. You didn't warn the party, by the way, so this is just gonna happen. You see Riaris's eyes flash this deep gold. Riaris stands up and addresses the party. Speaks in a very different voice. Okay, so there is some thing I have to tell you all. I didn't prepare for this part. I'm not Riaris in this moment. Yeah, does that make sense? Looks at Yoon. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Have I seen possession before?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So then I just kind of nod.
You would have also heard this conversation probably and knew.
Oh, you think you did this out loud? Okay.
No, well, he can hear our conversation in the head, right? Didn't we
Oh,
establish that Car can sort of hear that?
Ironically, I think Car can only hear Talia's side.
Gotcha. Yes,
I would
that's
think
right,
so. Yeah.
Yeah, which is really funny.
Unless Rars is speaking out loud.
Yeah. Okay, so you don't just do me a favor. Don't look at me because I feel like you can see right through me. But here's the truth of it. Riaris and I come from an ancient lineage of people. My father's name was Calrus. Very, very brave warrior. He died defending his people from what some of you would now call Imea. That is ancient history, and I tell you that only to explain to you that I am quite old. Our people have long lived in the mountains, the northern areas. We share ancestral traits with each other, deep roots. We don't really call ourselves Imaeans. If you need a name, you can call us the Pyrenees. Recently, we have a strong connection with our ancestors. They are always with our people in the mountains. Our connection from our plane to theirs is thin, is only veiled. We've come to learn that there are some of us who may have escaped the invasion of those that call themselves Imaeans and did not travel north with us, but south. We know this because the connection that we have with our people is blocked here. We are having similar situation happening further north. Nightmare, those that have gone past the mountains or have gone around. But these people their soul seems to be trapped here in the Isles. Both Riaris and myself have shared visions of a beast, large and skeletal. Whatever is keeping my people from being free to move about in their realms has something to do and turns to Kilnor with your god.
If I were to guess, and pure speculation of my part, they believe in his imminent return. Whether that happens naturally or through the will of people, I think they're trying to bring him back.
Accusing my people. Turns away from you. I know that there is a very specific task set ahead of us. I would ask that possibly in return for our help in this matter, you may be able to assist us in finding and saving those souls that are trapped in what seems to be the belly of your beast. I know not of this sea witch. I don't know if she plays a part or if she doesn't, but it is imperative that Riaris and I free these people. It is why he is here. So we are asking for your help. But please know, we will be on this journey with or without you. I would prefer with. Okay. Any questions you have, you can direct to the being that usually occupies this body. I'm going to sit back down, and then he's probably going to be very mad. I don't know. This is my first time possessing a body, so you didn't need to know that. I'm going to sit back down now. Sits down. Riara should come back.
Can I make like a con save or something to see if I don't throw up?
Absolutely. That
coming
makes
back into the
total
body.
sense to me.
Cool. That's a 4 + 1, so that's a 5 or 6.
6 is the DC enough to be able to not point it at the
No,
fire.
I only have a +1. Sorry. No, con save. I'm all over the place. +3, 7. Sorry.
7. Cool.
Looking at all this.
Yeah, you managed to miss the fire. But you
So it's
absolutely
floating
failed
in the
it.
moat right by his head. Fantastic. Oh my god.
You just
He's gonna be
turn
so mad when
behind
he
you.
wakes up.
Incredible. Thank goodness he just passed, so.
Yeah.
Well, there goes all the strawberries.
Oh, no disrespect to your ancestors over. Wow, that was not great.
Yeah, I think you do lose guidance at that point. I think guidance is now in the moat.
You should have used it for the con save.
Yeah.
Wait, that's skill check. Oh, wait. Yeah.
So that was, she said, my first time. If you guys have questions, that's why we're here. But yeah.
Yoon, make a history check. Kaelinor, you can as well, but I imagine there's... make me a history check. Yeah, please make me a history check. I just saw Yoon's.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm rolling guidance. So we have 2 at 11.
Okay, 11 is enough, actually, yeah. So,
Much better. I'll also kill.
But Kaelinor, please.
Significant.
22.
22. With a 22, and then you should be rolling with advantage, honestly, Kaelinor. Yoon, you know the story of the massive skeletal beast, the island eater, the essentially the world eater. You've seen it goes by a couple names, all of which were you know with an 11 you were like, I could have made a better name. But you do know that the island is called Betlodife.
How do you spell that?
Betlodife.
Thank you.
Betlodife is an island that is, as far as what you remember reading, uninhabitable. Kaelinor, you know that it in its natural resources may be uninhabitable, but it is very much habitated, if that's a word.
I think inhabited.
Inhabited.
It happens.
Habitated.
They're both good.
You mean inhabitated?
That's right. That is.
Experts say.
We got there. We got there.
So I'm going to assume no one has questions for Yaris.
Carr does not have a question for Yaris, but Carr has a question for Joe, or rather, Jack has a question
Sure.
for Joe. I was seeking out Yaris at the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be why. Can I put anything together between the Ashwing and what they have just told me that would have somehow connected me to this?
I think at this point, no.
Okay.
Like notably so. I think there's a part of you that like recognizes that like you're here to. Your job as an Ashwing is to guide bodies to guide recently transferred souls to the other side.
Right.
These are not recently transferred souls. Based on what Talia said, if these creatures either were these souls were either around when this creature lived, or I don't know, I guess they could have recently passed away, but
okay. As long as I don't see a connection, that's fine. I'm still there,
Yeah.
but now Carr wants to find the connection because he's innately curious.
Because
should have made him a raven.
we'll say at this point too. Also, like there's a certain point where I think it's important to mention here. Carr, do you feel like you fully understand what it is that normally calls you to these other souls?
No, in fact, that's why Carr left the group, because he was being called by he was being called by souls other than Aarakocra. And even the other Ashwin were like, so he's kind of like, I guess, on his own little, like, I don't know, dream walk. And it's not something the Ashwing usually do. So not that, I would say there's Carr is unprecedented in his leave of the Ashwing. They can all do what he does. He's just hearing the call from other races and other spirits. There's nothing stopping them from doing it. But Carr is listening. Or Carr hears him and they don't. I have no idea what that is. But yeah.
You all see the fire start to die out. One of you may put another log on, but Riaris, after time spent of feeling like everybody understands where you're coming from, no one has answered you in this.
I think he's totally fine with that. As Talia said, we prefer to go with people, but if not, that's okay. As the fire's dying down and people, whatever, I think Riaris would kind of stand up and stretch a little bit and say, I'll take first watch if you guys want to get ready to lay down.
I'll join you
for the night. Okay. Does anybody know when Zed's gonna wake up? Should we wake him up? Because he could do a watch probably too.
I would say I actually think Yoon would be the only one to really. Well, Kaelinor actually would fully understand this.
Too, right?
I heard it's best not to wake. You're not supposed to wake an elf during their trance. It's
I don't want to wake him up, but just
to their system and
yeah.
Riaris, you're watching as the curve is coming and Zed's body is getting closer and closer. You ask that question to see if anybody's paying attention to is anybody seeing what you're seeing? Yoon immediately doesn't seem to recognize that as a problem or
he's looking straight at it and trying to convince you not to wake him up. He's like, I don't think it's supposed to wake him up.
Incredible.
It's,
Kaelinor, do
Let him
you
sleep. Let him sleep.
love it?
It's fine. Just wake me. I'll take second watch.
In this,
Everybody's just enjoying the peace and quiet.
there's like a bigger smile that seems to come over Zed's face as the water's just like a little warmer here. Not sure.
Still a slight smell of strawberries, somewhere.
Yeah, it's true. Incredible. Well,
How much of
folks,
this did I actually hear? Because I'm like in a meditative state, so would I have been able to like passively hear stuff, or would it just be I'm gone?
That's a good question. I don't
I think you're
remember
aware of
much.
your surroundings, right? So whatever that means.
is it?
Just where I feel nice, large space. You don't need to sleep, so you meditate deeply, remaining semi-conscious for 4 hours. When meditating, you can still dream. Such dreams are actually mental exercise. Blah, 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 blah. I'll say semi-conscious, I think, means roll me a perception check.
Alright. I was just gonna say I probably just like feel like the emotions in the air. Go after that.
Yeah, I think like if you don't want to roll a perception check and you say you want to feel that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll allow that.
From what I rolled, yeah, probably that. Just
Okay,
the emotions in there.
So I think some of you kind of head off to bed. Is there anything you guys want to do before you go to bed?
The only thing, well, you're not going to bed, but during first watch, Carr will verbally tell Riaris that he will assist her.
What?
Carr says, I will help you.
Solemn nod. I was hoping you'd say that, Carr. Thank you.
Of course. And I will nod at him and nod at Talia. And then I will just watch from the perch.
Talia seems to kind of revert back to this state that you saw before, and then just kind of breaks a little bit and just smiles, just nods. Riaris, staring into the flames. We have to go to your memory.
Oh,
And I have an idea if you're willing to come with me.
do it.
Of course.
Do it.
We come to the first day that you were given the earring before you left. And we're going to come to the day that you first hear Talia. Before the natural 20, I think Talia has done a couple occasions of saying something to you. So we're going to flip over to Eisenheim, the capital of Imea. A place that, very similar to what Carr was experiencing in his memory, is extremely busy. You are on the port side of town, a place that is in this weird sort of flux between what is known as Eisenheim proper and the port of Eisenheim. Eisenheim proper is one of the, I think for Riaris, almost seems like a wonder of the world on how tall their walls are. You see from the outside, you see that there's figures that kind of come in and out from its gates, but they all seem to be flashing a very specific badge, a badge that you do not have. Riaris, there's been several occasions that I think you remember on the road, people asking, where are you from? And you say the mountains, and they laugh in your face and they say, no, really. So along the way, I think you've started to learn that if you want to make friends and you want to, make people feel like you're not lying to their face, you say a name. You say, I'm from Grifton. It's one of the towns that you happen to pass by. Probably met a traveler from there. But in this case, where you're in Eisenheim proper, you don't get people that ask you that because there's just too many people around here. As you are kind of looking around trying to find a boat to set sail, roll me a perception check.
It's a 2 plus something, so pretty shitty. 2 plus 2, 4.
4. Cool. With a 4, you're just lost to the world. There's so many people. You've never seen these different sort of. You've been in South Imea for some time, and you've noticed all sorts of interesting, odd, sort of spectacle people. But like truly in a space of like similar to Disney World, you are seeing people and faces and beings that you've never knew could exist before. You see multiple point like seeing Aarakocra. You see an Aarakocra just fly off, give this loud caw and move off, and that was like the first or second time you've seen a being take flight in that way. You feel exhausted. This is the point of the journey where there is nowhere else to go by just having the constitution to walk. You need to find a ship. But you can't choose. Talking to people, you get nothing but like laughter in your face. I think you finally just kind of like plump down into a seat that is at a table from an outside sort of pavilion. And you see a figure take the seat across from you. This being seems to be rather tall, tan skin, large leather jacket. And you notice that as he puts his hands up to adjust his coat, he's missing a part of 2 of his fingers. Love got you down, mate.
Something like that. Trying to figure out next step. Hi,
Well,
by the way.
Oh, sorry. Hi. You can call me Jean.
Sean, pleasure. Yaris.
Well, are you coming or are you going?
Going. Trying to go.
Trying to go. I mean, a lot of ships out there, mate.
There's a lot of ships out there, and I don't have a lot of coin in my pocket or good direction on ships, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I get that.
Yeah.
Are you good at cards? You can gamble?
Not really my specialty, no. Hoping maybe, I don't know, I've only been here for a day or so, find a boat that could use help or something. I've never been on a boat, don't know what help, but...
Well, if you want my advice, I would not start with saying I've never been on a boat.
I will... That's a good suggestion, thank you.
No problem. 2, please. And you have a conversation with this individual as he buys you a drink. So, where are you from?
Up north a little bit. You from around here?
Yeah. Sometimes.
travel a lot then. Never been to Eisenheim before, so it's a little much. Small town folk.
Yeah, a lot of fucking people with jingling sounds in their pockets and think they're hot shit.
Food smells pretty good. The sewer's a little less so. It's kind of a weird combination. You ever get used to that? Like,
You know what? It's not the worst smell in the world. Be honest. You get used to it. Also, I'll say, I mean, the seafood here is shite. Nothing's better than the fresh stuff.
haven't really had much seafood. Take your word for it. Keep away from it. You wouldn't know anybody. I've asked some people about some islands and stuff around. Not many people talk about it. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Kind of further south.
She smiles. Yeah, May, sorry. I don't know if I do.
Fair enough.
Well, I wish you luck. That boat over there, and points over to a boat that we see. There is an individual who is carrying a crate, but has now set it down to yell at a. You see this figure, dark skin, seems to be berated by what looks to be possibly his father. A figure and a man in a tricorn hat and a purple vest. You know that. They look short-staffed.
Yeah.
It's worth just having a go. Just ask them. Worst they can say is no, right?
I'll be back here sitting just as before. Appreciate it, Sean.
At least maybe that liquid courage will help you out a little bit, huh?
Maybe. Not usually partial to this stuff, but seems to be working, I suppose.
Well, best of luck, mate. Slams the table, gets up, and roll me a perception check.
20.
Cool. You see him kind of like walks up to you, puts out a hand, and you see those hands are the ones that are missing the fingers.
Yep. Shake his hand back.
Good luck then, mate. Oh, sorry. Move past you, sorry. You see him walk out down the lane.
I will finish the drink, because I don't think I would be drinking it very fast. Finish it as I kind of watch him go, and take a breath and head towards the boat.
Cool. As you get up, you hear a voice in your head. Check your pocket.
I will check my pocket. Yes.
No, the
sure.
other pocket. No, wrong pocket. The other one.
I'm also looking around wildly, not knowing which is my right or left. As there's now a voice in my head.
You check the other pocket and you notice there's something that wasn't there before. It's a small coin purse.
Open it up.
You see 50 gold pieces in there.
And I don't even know, like, who just kind of stammering at this, whatever voice that was.
That man was definitely lying.
I'm sorry, above the table, is this the first time she has talked?
This is the first
Yeah,
time.
that's what I thought. Okay.
And she's not introducing herself, doing anything.
Yeah. Okay. I assume the earring is like white hot at this point, or very
Yeah,
very
yeah. Actually,
hot.
that's a good point. Yeah. You feel like, oh,
So I think I would kind of touch it and be like,
no, don't touch it. It's better if you don't. Oh my gosh, you touched it. Okay. Now you know not to touch it.
I won't touch it. Okay.
Okay. Yes, I'm a voice in your head.
Oh God.
My name.
Look at the cup that I just drank. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
What is this?
My name is Talia. And maybe you should go check out that boat.
Think duty and not training, but just the culture of spirits immediately kind of kicks in to go, okay. You know, knowing this was given to him by his people, knowing that there's a link there, not knowing about voices and heads, being like, yeah,
I think when you were
like
given,
the path.
Yeah, for the record, I think above board, I think when you were given this earring, it was something that was like, this has been passed down from generation to generation. No one said to you, this has a creature that is going to talk in your head.
Yeah.
But when you hear the name Talia, you do know that name. So what do you do?
I think I would say out loud, thinking about that, Talia, like the Talia?
Yes. Now get your ass on the boat. We have some work to do.
Of course. And I will get my ass on the boat.
We see Riaris get up, walk out, push out his chair, walk out onto the deck, and immediately start talking with the individual who has now picked the crate back up. And we rise above, looking at the ship, and rising above, looking out at the perfectly blue sky. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.